by the Calcutta High Court. The matter now has been handed over to the Central Bureau of Investigation for further probe. Remember, the gruesome details of the Kolkata rape and murder case has sent chills across the nation, prompting the doctors to go on a pan-India strike in protest. The Kolkata police has already arrested a civic volunteer who is said to be the main accused in the case. But could there be more people involved? The police had earlier said that they are looking at that possibility and are investigating further. But the High Court today, while slamming the hospital authorities for their insensitivity in the case, has said why didn't they file the case earlier, and the victim and the family members have been neglected by the state authorities. That is what the Calcutta High Court today has said. The Calcutta High Court has also said that there are serious lapses by the hospital administration and the matter needs to be further probed by the CBI. Amid nationwide protest over the rape and murder of the 31-year-old doctor in Kolkata's RG Kar College, the Calcutta High Court today has ordered that the investigation be transferred to the CBI. The case will now be probed by the Central Bureau of Investigation. More details now coming out. At this point in time, the Calcutta High Court has wrapped the administration for lapses and has said that there were serious lapses by the hospital administration. There's a possibility of tampering of evidence also, and the case now needs to be investigated by the Central Bureau of Investigation. That is the latest coming in at this point in time. The accused has been sent to 14-day judicial custody. However, what is being learned at this point in time is that he is said to be the main accused, but could there be more people, or what we are also learning is that as the case, of course, has raised concerns about hospital security lapses. This is what the doctors who are protesting all across India have been demanding, that the matter be handed over to the CBI and the safety and the security of the healthcare workers be taken into consideration, and a central law must be brought in order to provide for their safety and security. Remember, the victim's family had alleged a cover-up in the case, and they had said that the hospital authorities earlier had informed them that their daughter had died by suicide. They were not informed about the gruesome details about what happened with their daughter inside the hospital premises. And now, they told the media that later when they reached the hospital, that is when they were informed that their daughter was murdered. The Kolkata High Court has slammed the hospital administration for their alleged insensitivity and said that there have been serious lapses by the hospital administration and this needs to be probed by the CBI. The principal of the medical college also had resigned earlier. However, news came in that the principal was given a new posting at another college in Kolkata, after which also there has been much outrage, and the students, of course, the doctors, of course, the medical college students are quite angry at what has happened, how things have really transpired there in Kolkata. And doctors, not just in Kolkata, but all across the country, are staging protests, demanding for justice for India's daughter, demanding that the healthcare workers be provided safety and security inside the hospital premises. This is what their demand is. And now the Calcutta High Court finally handing over the probe to the CBI, and also has come down heavily on the hospital authorities, even slamming the state earlier. The Calcutta High Court had said that the matter must have been investigated effectively. That is the latest coming in. We'll try and get more details in just a bit. The CBI will be investigating the case now, and all the loopholes also, of course, are going to be investigated by the Central Bureau of Investigation. The doctors so far have been saying that women doctors are not safe in hospitals, and a central law must be brought in order to provide for the safety of the healthcare workers. What the doctors also say that even as a law to protect the healthcare fraternity is in place in as many as 25 states, it is not effectively implemented there. And so there is a need for a central law to be brought in order to provide for the security of the healthcare workers. Well, remember, the PG trainee doctor was found dead in city's RJ Kar Medical College and Hospital on Friday, and huge protests are taking place all across India with doctors demanding for the safety and security of the medical professionals, and have also been demanding for a CBI probe, which the Calcutta High Court has now handed over to the Central Bureau of Investigation. Well, my colleague Saurabh also now joins us on the broadcast here. He's getting us more on that. Saurabh, finally, the investigation now has been handed over to the CBI. Demand which was raised by the family of the victim as well as doctors who are protesting all across India have been asking for it.
Well, the family of the victim only moved court this morning. There were other petitions that had been moved, but the family of the victim moved court this morning, and it's important to note the reasoning in this order that the Calcutta High Court has put out for its decision to hand over the investigation to the CBI. It is, of course, the Calcutta High Court has noted in its order that it was disheartening to note that Sandeep Ghosh, who's basically the principal, was not proactive. But after he resigned, he was made principal of National Medical College within hours. It is difficult to comprehend how this happened, is what the Calcutta High Court is saying. He must be immediately relieved of his duties. What was the tiring hurry to do so, which is to appoint him in another place? We have directed his lawyer to instruct his client to proceed on leave. If such a request is made, it shall be accepted. The case diary the court has gone through. What the court has also noted is that initially an unnatural death case was registered. This is usually the practice when there is no complaint. But what has happened is, it is surprising why the administration of the hospital did not file a complaint. This was a serious lapse. The case on hand is a peculiar case. There should be no further loss of time. There may be possibility of evidence being tampered. It has been 5 days. There has been no progress. And therefore, the court has directed the investigation to be transferred to the CBI. The case diary and all other evidence has to be handed over to the CBI by 10 in the morning tomorrow. So the Calcutta High Court's reasons, of course, are that since that arrest that was initially made, there has been no real progress in the case. And of course, the Chief Minister of West Bengal had also said that if the family demands a CBI probe, we have no objection to it. Anyways, the Chief Minister had also said that we are giving the police time till Sunday. And if by Sunday they cannot complete the investigation, then we will transfer it to the CBI. But before the government, of course, could transfer it to the CBI, petitions were moved in the Calcutta High Court. And upon hearing those petitions, the Calcutta High Court, in its wisdom, has decided to hand over the case to the CBI. So that's what's transpired. There have been protests going on across the country, and the Calcutta High Court has had a note of appeal for the doctors as well. And in fact, the Calcutta High Court has gone on to say that, look, patients are suffering, and perhaps the state government representatives should sit with the doctors and, figure out a solution so that they can end their agitation. So there are 2 or 3 things that are important to note. One is the Calcutta High Court coming down very heavily on the immediate reappointment of someone who resigns after taking moral responsibility after an incident has happened like this. Within hours, he's reinstated as principal of another prominent medical college and hospital. That is something the Calcutta High Court has taken very serious note of. The other thing that the Calcutta High Court has taken very serious note of is the registration of a unnatural death case, which is usually what happens when there is when there is no complainant, or when the person is unidentified, etc. In this case, this had happened inside a hospital, and it's quite shocking, as the court says, why this particular administration did not file a complaint with the police. I mean, it had to wait till the parents came, and of course, once the parents came and filed the complaint, the case of rape and murder was registered. Now, the state government also gave a timeline of the incidents that took place on that day, and right from the time the body was found to the time the inquest was done, and then the body was handed over to the family. Yes. Now, earlier during the hearing, there was a question of why the family, why the body was sort of cremated, but the Calcutta High Court reasoned that it was the family members who wanted to cremate the body, and that's why it was done.
Okay,
So
all
obviously
right.
this is
Now,
something that
well, of course, the Calcutta High Court, of course, has asked a straight question: why a murder case was not registered at the outset, and an unnatural death case was initiated into the rape and murder of the woman doctor, and also has said that there are serious lapses that have come to the fore that needs to be probed, of course, and the matter now has been handed over to the CBI there. All right. Meanwhile, Saurabh will come back to you later for more. Meanwhile. That's the latest that's coming in at this point in time. It's time for a quick break here. We'll be right back.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
This Independence Day, watch Jai Jawan with me, John Abraham, only on NDTV. Jai Jawan! Jai Jawan!
ये जोश पे चलते हैं हमारे जवान यहाँ पर, अदरवाइज ऐसी जगहों पे जीवन ही बहुत मुश्किल है।
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become
As part of the Samarth by Undai initiative in partnership with NDTV, we bring to you the stories of people who prove that disabilities do not define what they can or cannot do. Dr. Jitendra Agarwal, a visionary leader empowering persons with disabilities, is one such story. Take a look.
I used to be practicing dentist. In 2004, I lost my vision due to iridomacular degeneration. It was like drooping in the darkness for me. When I struggled for my livelihood, I realized challenge faced by people with disability in India. Then 2008 we started Sarthak. पहला प्रोग्राम हमारा अर्ली इंटरवेंशन का होता है ताकि उनकी डिसेबिलिटी को मिनिमाइज किया जाए। सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस फॉर स्किल है जिसमें करीब हम 10 सेक्टर्स की ट्रेनिंग देते हैं इन बच्चों को और उसके जॉब रोल्स करीब 25 हैं। सार्थक का एक विजन है कि विश्व में जितने दिव्यांग लोग हैं वो डिग्निटी और इंटीग्रिटी के साथ जिए। मैं समर्थ हूँ।
Well, with that, it's time to wrap this edition. More news and updates will continue on the other side. Keep watching NDTV.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
This Independence Day, watch Jai Jawan with me, John Abraham, only on NDTV. Jai Jawan!
ये जोश पे चलते हैं हमारे जवान यहाँ पर, अदरवाइज ऐसी जगहों पे जीवन ही बहुत मुश्किल है।
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Stay with us for all the news you need to know. And as doctors continue protesting over the rape and murder in Kolkata, now a very big order from the Calcutta High Court. All that and more coming up ahead. Let's take a look at the headlines. The Calcutta High Court hands over the rape and murder case to the CBI, questions the hospital administration, says why didn't they file a case? The administration was not with the victim or the family of the victim, even says possibility of evidence being tampered. This as nationwide protests against the Kolkata doctor rape and murder continue as doctors protest, demanding a better safety in hospitals as well as the CBI probe. Health services, however, are affected due to the doctors' strike as the doctors have struck the non-essential services. The High Court says to the doctors, talk to the government, consider ending the strike. A shocking video from Rajasthan of a man dragging his wife on a motorcycle goes viral. The woman is heard screaming for help, but no one comes to her rescue. The accused has now been arrested. The woman had just wanted to visit her sister. A row in Delhi over the flag hoisting on Independence Day. The administration department says that Atishi cannot be hoisting the flag on behalf of Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, who is in jail. Atishi hits back, says the right to hoist flag by an elected party is being taken away. After the latest Hindenburg report, the Congress announces it will hold a protest for the SEBI chief resignation. A nationwide protest planned on the 22nd of August, also demanding a JPC probe. The BJP has hit out, saying the opposition is spreading anarchy over a fictitious report. Rape convict Gurmeet Ram Rahim is out of jail once again. The rape and murder convict gets a 21-day furlough ahead of the Haryana elections and UP by-poll. So this is yet another time that he has been released from jail. In Bangladesh, head of the interim government, Muhammad Yunus, visits a temple, seeks cooperation. This amidst concerns over attacks on minorities. He visits the Dakeshwari National Temple, asks for cooperation, says rights are equal for all, and asks everyone to be patient, don't rush to judge us. Our top story now, amid nationwide protests over the chilling rape and murder of a 31-year-old junior doctor in Kolkata's RG Kar Medical College and Hospital. Now the big breaking news, the Calcutta High Court, who was hearing a host of petitions, including of the victim's family, has ordered the investigation be transferred to the CBI, and it also noted serious lapses in the response of the hospital administration after the doctor was found dead in its seminar hall on Friday morning. Well, let's go across to NDTV. Saurabh, who's been tracking all these developments, and Saurabh, the High Court earlier as well had made some very sharp, observations on this case, the way it was handled, and now handing it over to the CBI. Give us more details of what the court had to say.
Well, the court was very clear in its coming down heavily on the administration, and by administration, the hospital administration has been pulled up for not initially filing a complaint. Now remember, the body was found in the morning, but the complaint was filed only late in the evening, following which a rape and murder case was registered. Till then, throughout the day, when the inquest was taking place, when the postmortem, etc. were taking place, at that time it was being seen as a case of unnatural death. And the Calcutta High Court has questioned this anomaly. Now, why has it done so? What is an unnatural death case? It's an unnatural death case is when there is no complaint, but the police suspect that this could be a crime, and therefore they conduct an inquest, conduct an inquiry, etc., start an investigation after registering an unnatural death case. And then, of course, once the investigation proceeds, they add on various sections of the law that are attracted based on the investigation and based on what facts come to light. In the absence of a complaint, this is what happens. But the High Court has questioned that when a body is found in a position, when it's clear that there has been a case of assault, when it's clear that someone has been attacked, when there is clear signs of sexual abuse, what stopped the hospital administration from filing a complaint? It is this serious lapse that the Calcutta High Court has pointed out. The second thing is also the Calcutta High Court has questioned, now who was the, there is this principal, of course. Now the principal, of course, is someone the Calcutta High Court has also come down heavily on, saying that why has he been reappointed as the principal of another medical college within hours of his resigning after taking moral responsibility? And the Calcutta High Court has directed that he go on long leave. He has to be relieved of his duties. His lawyer has informed the court that he has already put in a request for leave, and the court has said that once that request is received, it should be granted. So he has been sent on leave. The third thing is the Calcutta High Court has ordered that all the evidence in this case has to be handed over to the CBI by 10 a.m. tomorrow, including the case diary. So the case will now be investigated by the CBI.
That's right, Saurabh. And yesterday you were reporting about how the principal had stepped down. This was one of the main demands of the students who are protesting, not just in Kolkata, but parts of the country. They're saying that their demands must be met. But by the night, you reported about how he has been reappointed, and that also sparked a lot of anger. And today, the High Court also spoke, as you've just said, very, regarding this, also said that the administration was not with the victim or the, family of the victim.
Yes, that one line, of course, and this is, of course, a stinging observation, and which is part of the order, by the way, is that the administration was not with the victim and neither with the victim's family. And this was a stinging observation that was made by the Calcutta High Court in its order that was passed a short while ago. It was a division bench of the Chief Justice and, of course, his colleague on the bench. And this, of course, is something that the Calcutta High Court has said, and it's a very serious observation on, and also coming down heavily on the administration, because it was the duty of the administration. It has taken time. If you see the timeline that the state government lawyer has provided to the court, by that you can see that while the police have been going about what has to be done, there are clear lapses that have been reported on the part of the hospital. And so you would So I have with me, the principal's lawyer actually, and he'll tell us about what happened with the principal. I think the court was very strong observations against Shondeep, Mr. Shondeep Ghosh, who was the principal. Questioned why he was reappointed within a few hours. Can you tell us why he was reappointed, and what have you informed the court about him going on leave?
See, so far the Sandeep Ghosh matter is concerned, this is absolutely administrative decisions. So far Sandeep Ghosh is concerned, he has tendered his resignations. Thereafter, whatever the administration has taken the right or wrong decision, that has to be brought before the court, and court has passed certain directions, and will be definitely abide by the same.
You informed the court that he's gone on leave, and the court said that if such a request has been placed, that it should be accepted, right?
Yes, in fact, so he has already prayed for 15 days leave, primarily. After that, I think it will go on, or subject to the further observance of the court.
All right. Advocate Shuman Sengupta, thank you so much for joining us on NDTV. The lawyer of the the principal whom the court came down heavily on just spoke to us. You heard him, what he had to say, and of course there were several questions, and primarily the court had questioned the reappointment, and of course the lawyer for the principal also saying that he has applied for 15 days leave, and that is likely to be granted. He's likely to go on long leave, like the court has said. But the larger question is really the fact that, remember, the case is now being investigated by the CBI, and all the points that I mentioned, the reasoning of the Calcutta High Court for handing over the case to the CBI.
Just stay on with us. Let's just listen in to what the other lawyer, Bilwadal Bhattacharya, had to say. Also, Union Minister Kiren Rijiju has reacted very strongly and hit out over this, saying it's very saddening, this entire horror that has taken place in Kolkata. Let's just listen in.
Despite the body being in such a bloodied state and half naked, the police was casual enough to register a suicide case, and it took quite a lot of time for the police to basically register an FIR and thereafter arrest someone. So this was enough to indicate how casual the attitude of the police was, and well, how much seriousness was lacking insofar as this particular investigation is concerned. We are rather thankful and grateful to the Honorable Court that the CBI has been now handed over the investigation. We also wanted the investigation to be monitored by the Honorable Court. Now the court has also directed the CBI to file periodic reports.
हमको यह विचार है और सीबीआई तदंत ही हम लोग मानता है, और ये राज्य सरकार को जो तदंत होता है इसके ऊपर हमारा कोई भरोसा नहीं है। तो हम चाहता है निरपेक्ष तदंत, एंड जो गिल्टी है उनका कठोर থেকে কঠোরতম শাস্তি देना चाहिए। वो एक दृष्टांत होके सारा मानुष का सामने उपस्थित हो, जाते ऐसा कोई करने के साहस नहीं पाता है।
घटना कोलकाता हो या कहीं भी हो, ये देश का एक बहुत दुखद घटना है, और सब चाहते हैं कि कार्रवाई, बहुत सख्त कार्रवाई होना चाहिए। और ये कोलकाता में जो घटना हुई है उसमें मेडिकल फ्रेटर्निटी ही क्यों प्रोटेस्ट, ये तो एक इंसान होने के नाते सबको दर्द हो रहा है ना, ये तो सबको आक्रोश होना, ये तो एक नेचुरल है। ये तो इतना गंभीर बात है ये कि मेडिकल कैंपस में ही अगर डॉक्टर का ये हाल होता है तो फिर ये तो बहुत चिंता का बात है।
All right, Saurabh, now, it's been 5 days of the doctors protesting, making these various demands, one of which was that the case be handed over to the CBI and the principal resign. Now, do you think, have you been speaking to the protesting doctors? Is there any chance that maybe tomorrow they'll go back to work, because there's been a lot of inconvenience also for the patients?
Well, the Calcutta High Court has made a direct appeal in that context, and in fact, the Calcutta High Court has said that the state government should sit with doctors, hear them out, hear their concerns, and see and make an appeal for them to consider to come back to work, given that patients and of course the medical services, which are essential emergency services, are suffering. And that is something, of course, that we can see, which the state government lawyer also informed the court that yes, the administration has already been talking to the doctors. In fact, one of the things that earlier also the state government had pointed out that perhaps kind of pressure on public health system and especially state-run hospitals is huge. RG is one of the most crowded hospitals. It desperately needs more space to begin with, to ensure that there is some way to manage the crowds there. One of the things that the state government is considering is, of course, handing over the land of the Belgachia tram depot to RG Medical College Hospital for further expansion, and also ensuring that there is proper crowd management. Because remember, doctors are insecure. They always feel that they are soft targets. They say if the patient dies, then the family members come and attack us. But this is an altogether new level of insecurity, given the fact that this was a student who was studying there, who had, was there, that had watched the match of Neeraj Chopra that day, and then, of course, ordered food, had dinner, and, was taking some rest, basically, at the hospital. And that's when something like this happens to her in the seminar room. Now, while one arrest has been made, the family also is not completely satisfied with the probe, saying that they believe there could be more people involved. What is their reasoning for believing so? One of the things they say is the, recovery of semen from the spot, and that they believe that the quantity of the semen suggests that it could be more than one person. The second thing is they say is that the nature of the injuries and the kind of injuries that has been inflicted also seems to be that this could be the work of more than one person. There are suspicions. These are questions that have been raised. The police have not, ruled that out yet. It's part of an ongoing investigation. And now, of course, with the CBI taking over, these are angles definitely that the CBI will look at.
All right. Thanks so much, Saurabh, for joining us with all those details. And now this case will be investigated by the CBI, the Calcutta High Court, ruling that it must be handed over. Also, very stinging operations coming from the High Court over the manner in which the administration handled this case once the body of the junior doctor was discovered on Friday morning. Well, news now from Rajasthan, where a shocking video has emerged from Nagaur and gone viral. This is a month-old video. It's emerged now, and action has been taken, in which in this video a woman is tied to a motorcycle and she's dragged screaming for help across the rubble and rocky ground for several seconds by her husband. This video, nobody comes forward to help this woman either. As we said, it's a month-old video. The man stands there looking at her as well. Finally, after this video went viral, has action been taken? And this person was Prem Ram Meghwal, who was dragging his wife, and all she had wanted was to visit her sister. Earlier, we spoke to Harsha for more. All right, shifting focus now more on the Hindenburg report, and it's over to Nikunj Garg.
Well, I am joined today at this moment by one of the topmost legal brains of this country, Mr. Harish Salve. Mr. Salve, this time many people are actually saying that this is more of a case of an individual targeting than any kind of even basic research work.
One of the channels, I don't know which one, showed a speech by George Soros. And George Soros is an investor in Hindenburg. People who earn money by shortchanging innocent investors and by practices which in most countries are considered illegal and in all countries considered highly questionable, then give us lectures on morality and democracy. He was very clearly suggesting how, his speech left nothing to doubt that these are the people who are behind all this Hindenburg nonsense. I have partly SEBI to blame for this second report, and I'll tell you why. I said this before and I'm saying this again. SEBI has to find who are the people who sold shares just before the Hindenburg report was released, round one. Today, finding who traded in shares is easy because all trading is done online. If SEBI had found out who are the people who had made money when the Adani shares crashed, that would have been the smoking gun to nail this people. They issued a notice to Hindenburg. Hindenburg doesn't care. It will not reply. Why should it reply? It's not in the jurisdiction of Indian courts. Hindenburg is not going to bother replying, so he's mocking you. He's put the show cause notice on its web, and you have to catch the Indian people and the Indian partners and turn the screw on them and bring them to justice. So unless we do all that, this always happens. SEBI is always chasing the wrong person in the wrong end. So that's why it's partly a self-inflicted wound. But this report, I've read what the report says is unconvincing. What it does is it picks up something about investments made by the former chairperson of SEBI in her former avatar when she was a private banker and she was living overseas. And it picks this, and if as they say, there are lies, there are damned lies, and then what is worse than all of this is half truths, because they sort of start resembling the truth. So the report is full of half truths like it was last time. I'm happy the Indian market has shown maturity in not reacting to it. The political system in India, unfortunately, has acted very differently. It's all right. They have their own compulsions.
Mr. Salve, you are essentially saying that one part is disclosure. One part is obviously profit making by individuals. Unscrupulous,
Yes.
as some jurisdictions would call them, and some jurisdictions, you say, consider this kind of activity completely illegal. But quite clearly, there is an element which at least the SEBI chairman is indicating at, which is, targeting reputation and character assassination, which obviously then follows up because you are alluding motives or you are attributing intentions to a date, to a past, to a position or to a time when she obviously would not have foreseen that she could have become the SEBI chairman, or a need for an inquiry under her charge would have arisen.
I mean, the things are becoming so ridiculous. Today, if it's like saying if I have the same fund manager as one of the clients against whom I'm appearing, I have a conflict of interest. How ridiculous is that? See, we have to understand these people are professionals, and professionals work things out. They make a bit of money. They invest it. She's been in the financial world. I remember I had the privilege of working with her when she was in the bank when all these actions had been brought against the bank by these Trivandrum traders about certain products of the bank. She's extremely, extremely astute in finance. So people like that, they have some spare savings. They put it in an investment. And 20 years later, somebody takes one piece of information from here, one piece of information from there, and makes this allegation. And I'm making this point again. Why do people get away with this in India and not get away with this in the United Kingdom or in the US? People get away with this in India because we do not take character assassination seriously. We do not respect people's reputations. We talk any kind of nonsense in public, including senior people talk nonsense in public about people in office, people holding sensitive positions, and we blink at it. Until we start taking India seriously and Indian reputation seriously, this will continue to repeat. I have many times, I had even suggested to the government, you must have a tribunal set up specially for defamation, especially now with the social media so powerful. In United Kingdom, if you bring an action for defamation, it is fast-tracked, start to finish 6 months to a year. We have to bring that, or make it a rule in the high courts. If an action is brought, if a suit is filed for defamation, the suit must be finished in 6 months. Because today, in a country like India, where we are seeing this change, where professionals are coming forward, setting up businesses, setting up the India growth story. Reputations are extremely important, and reputations are a wealth, and reputations are fragile. So it's because we allow this kind of thing to happen that a monster like Hindenburg goes on and on like this. They are mocking India. Have you seen? They are laughing in our face and saying, we gave one report, we got a rap on our knuckles from the Supreme Court. We also found that they had picked up some information from Mr. Prashant Bhushan, who had then filed petition based on that very report. After being exposed so widely, they have the temerity to bang a second report down, and our political system is up in arms saying, Hindenburg, now so and so should do that. In any other country, people would have said, Hindenburg report, put it in the garbage.
You know, Mr. Salve, they say that a lie travels the entire world before the truth can even put on the shoes. And in the days of social media, that the era that we are living in, obviously these lies become on just one tweet is enough to damage the reputations, and then you can try as best as you can to salvage it, but it will never be the same, because most of your adversaries will then continue to use that as a pretext to target you. Now, my question to you, Mr. Salve, is another one apart from criminal defamation and apart from individual character assassination. My question to you, Mr. Salve, is also about the fact that, when the confidence or an attempt is made to shake the confidence in the Indian markets, Indian stock markets, time and again, many jurisdictions, Mr. Salve, will not take this lightly. Do you think that there is enough follow-up action, and of course that action principally has to come from the SEBI itself, has been done in this country so that such attempts, which many are describing, many neutral observers are also describing as targeted attempts, stop at some point?
I said this when the first Hindenburg report came out. I said, whether Adani has breached any rules is a matter which calls for investigation, and you can investigate it till the cows come home. You investigated them, I think, a dozen times before, and you will do it a dozen times again. Because allegations fly thick and fast in India without any sense of responsibility. But what is something which is apparent is some people have indulged in short selling and market manipulation. And you do not need proof for that beyond what you already have. Investigate that with as much vigor as you investigate Adani, in fact, greater vigor, because that's a low-hanging fruit. Tell people, if Hindenburg had information and they had concern, Mr. Soros's great professed concern for the integrity of the Indian market, he should have written a private complaint to the SEBI saying, investigate this. He didn't do that. They all want to make money on other people's misery. If we had gone hammer and tongs against those who have profited, and it's very simple. If somebody knew of the Hindenburg report and short sold, and the presumption is if somebody is short selling a perfectly good script which is trading well, he has some advance information. Go after those people and send at least one message. There may be an Indian corporate who may call for investigation. But if you are going to manipulate Indian market, if you have some information in the corporate, we will go after you. But we don't have that.
And Mr. Salve, it's almost as if after the first report also, in this case, Hindenburg is cocking a snook, by first putting out a very cryptic tweet, as if one of the biggest expose in the world is being made by this short seller who's obviously claimed that it's his business to make money through such activities. And there's something big in India soon. I wonder why such things are not done in the United States itself or in other advanced jurisdictions. Of course, in this case, Mr. Salve, Mr. Gautam Adani's reputation is targeted. Now, there's a lady at the helm of affairs of SEBI whose reputation is targeted. Do you think that other than the institutional response, these individuals whose reputation is supposed to be targeted, now whether it suffers, whether in the public eye or whether the public also sees through these attempts is a different question. But the fact of the matter is that an attempt is being made. Do you think that these individuals themselves must take exemplary action and ensure that such, at the end of the day, targeted character assassination bids stop?
Please understand the grave risk we are running here today. Why have they targeted the SEBI chair? They have targeted the SEBI chair saying, next time when we attack somebody in India, SEBI, you dare not go against us, otherwise we will pull you down. So the attempt is to target the independence.
Attempt is to browbeat. The attempt is to browbeat.
And this is browbeating, and you take it from me, these people will not even spare judges because they don't care. They are not in the Indian jurisdiction. So it's like sending a message saying, look, if you tangle with us, if you engage with us, if you challenge us, we will throw mud on you also. And you know, India is such a lovely country. Anybody who throws muck on somebody is celebrated, and the poor person, however innocent he is damned. And then we immediately start hearing cries for JPC report and so must resign, etc. Without even, see, we are not loyal to ourselves. We are not loyal to Indians. We would rather go by what a two-bit dishonest American organizations say and pull down in one of India's largest industrial groups and a senior regulator. It takes 30 seconds for people to jump onto the bandwagon and attack. We are disloyal to ourselves.
Well, that's a very strong point you make, Mr. Salve. And you know,
it is. I'm sorry, it is. Would this ever happen in America? Would this ever happen in the United Kingdom? You try writing an article about somebody in the United Kingdom, they will come together to fight you. They may investigate, but if you try casting aspersions like this, try saying something about the UK regulator in an article in India, they will all come together to attack you. Try saying this about the Justice Department in the US, they will all come together to attack you. Whatever they may do inside. We are Indians, we will sort out our own regulators in our own way. But if a foreigner attacks our regulator, we must all unite to tell them, you shut up. How dare you? Instead of saying, oh my God, the oracle has spoken, let's pull our institutions down.
And you make a strong observation about Hindenburg also, that two-bit, short seller. The fact of the matter is that people should not forget that this short seller is under investigation by multiple competent authorities in India and in some other jurisdictions outside India also. But
see what is going on here. You know, we Indians need to do some soul searching. A crooked organization, and I'm using very language of studied moderation, a crooked organization like Hindenburg, which has zero credibility in its home country, writes nonsense about your senior regulator. What do you do? Whatever you may do in-house, you may look at their allegations, you may later on take action against your regulator, do whatever. But the first reaction has to be, we reject this report, this is a piece of trash, and Hindenburg, please go and sort out your own affairs in your own country before you write about us. That is a loyal response. I'm not saying you ignore allegations, but there are ways of responding to the Hindenburgs of the world, and this is not the way to do it. We are giving credibility to Hindenburg in India by responding to the allegations and saying, oh, Hindenburg has said this, the oracle has spoken. This has to be gospel. Our SEBI chief is a liar. Hindenburg is the only truthful voice in the world. SEBI chief, step aside.
It's sad. It's sad. I mean, as I said, reputations are fragile, and one slingshot taken at them, and years of labor and hard work can be undone. But that's not my question. You interestingly also mentioned, Mr. Salve, and I now I request you to don your another hat, that of an administrative lawyer as well, somebody who has assisted and worked with the governments. And you hear a lot of clamor and demand for a JPC. Using your administrative exposure, Mr. Salve, do you think a JPC can be the correct forum? Remember, the report has not emanated in India. No Indian agency has collected material for this report. The Supreme Court of India has refused to entertain the demands for an independent inquiry or a probe by the CBI. They have said that the SEBI is the market regulator and let them do their job. It's their job to probe allegations. So do you subscribe to this talk, Mr. Salve, about the demand for a JPC, or do you think the JPC is the competent forum where such issues, such vexed issues emanating in a foreign land can be examined?
So let me enter a caveat. Members of Parliament are entitled to demand whatever they like, and the House will deal with their demands. But purely as a student of constitutional law, a joint parliamentary committee is a very rare occurrence to investigate an event of great national importance, where it has to be it has to be bipartisan. It cannot be on divisive lines and on political lines. That's what joint parliamentary committees are. Instead of that, what you need in the present case, if there are allegations that somebody has breached the rules by making investments which are contrary to the rules, etc., it's the people who administer the rules who have to, in the first instance, look at it. A joint parliamentary committee is never an appellate body. So what are you trying to say? That if the SEBI has got it wrong and the Supreme Court has got it wrong, the Joint Parliamentary Committee will now decide whether the Supreme Court was right in accepting the report of the external committee and accepting the report of the SEBI? Or what? I don't know what precedents you want to set. Why not tomorrow have a Joint Parliamentary Committee to examine whether the Supreme Court judgment on reservations is right, or whether the Supreme Court judgment on electoral bonds is right, whether the Supreme Court judgment on something else is right? So these institutions work in a separate, in separate areas. Violation of making law is Parliament's job. Controlling the executive is Parliament's job. If there is an executive failure, of course, you investigate through a joint parliamentary committee. But when this is a matter of alleged infraction of law, infraction of law calls A, for an investigation by those who are authorized to investigate, which has been done. B, for actions under law, and the action under law, the last word is that of the Supreme Court of India. So we've run through this. Now, I don't know what the Joint Parliamentary Committee is going to do. Can they say Supreme Court wrongly accepted the report? I don't know. I mean, they can say whatever they like, but to me as a constitutional lawyer, this is not really what Parliament is meant for. But of course, if the MPs feel that they should sit on it, and if the House agrees, they will have one.
And my final question to you on this rather contentious matter, Mr. Salve, is that do you think that there are some vested interests are at play here? Because time and again, one short seller charging on, taking on, creating documents on the people related to one corporate entity, while that corporate entity is certainly not dealing with public funds. I mean, they are not a government body that public funds are being siphoned off or public exchequer is being compromised. I mean, and even in that case, a short seller, particularly a foreign short seller, has nothing to do with it.
Let's be very clear. When I said it's a matter of investigation, why is it a matter of purely of investigation? There is an allegation that there is a person who's doing business, and that person has acted in a particular way which has violated certain rules. Nobody has suggested that there is any governmental favor in Adani investing somewhere or not doing somewhere. And let's not mix up with the other nonsensical allegations we hear about saying government has presented them with airports. They've got the airports were with private people. They have purchased them. They purchased the shares in the companies in which those airports are being run. They've come in through the bidding process and set up ports. So, all this kind of narrative, which is big, maybe all right for elections, and I don't understand politics. If it works, it works. But when you're talking of investigation, you cannot have these kind of things. Tell me one thing. Tomorrow, if the Joint Parliamentary Committee comes up with a finding, can they take action against Adani? No. What will happen? They will have to tell the SEBI, you take action. if the SEBI starts an investigation and passes an order in Adani, I will have that order set aside on the short ground that they were influenced by what an external agency said. And Parliament in an investigation would be an external agency. So we cannot have this kind of a system running in parallel. And tomorrow, if they have a joint parliamentary committee on the commission of a crime, and joint parliamentary committee says, yes, so-and-so has committed a murder, what's going to happen? It has to go back to the police. Police has to investigate. And the independence of the police investigation can be challenged, saying you were influenced by a JPC report. So, this is a very serious thing which people who run parliament and who have the best interest of the country at heart need to sit back and think whether that this is the right trajectory.
Mr. Salve, moving on to another rather contentious issue and which you are also representing, and that is the judgment which is supposed to be delivered possibly tonight on Vinesh Phogat. What do you think our chances realistically are, Mr. Salve?
I would be indulging in what Hindenburg is guilty of, speculation. I don't want to speculate. Let's wait. It's improper to comment on a pending case. Let us see what happens. I'm told that the Indian Olympic Committee has set up a press briefing at 6 p.m. CEST, which will be about 9:30 India, because that's the latest by which the award should be up. So,
and we can all be hopeful. All I ask from you is this.
Well, I will only say I've lost the best cases and I've won the worst cases. I mean, each case has its own karma. This is pure speculation to say hopeful or not. We know what happened. It will be improper of me to speak of what happened in that hearing till the award is out fully.
Thank you very much, Mr. Salve. As always, some very forceful, erudite and prudent words coming from you.
Yeah.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
This Independence Day, watch Jai Jawan with me, John Abraham, only on NDTV. Jai Jawan!
ये जोश पे चलते हैं हमारे जवान यहाँ पर, अदरवाइज ऐसी जगहों पे जीवन ही बहुत मुश्किल है.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Our $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
This Independence Day, watch Jai Jawan with me, John Abraham, only on NDTV. Jai Jawan!
ये जोश पे चलते हैं हमारे जवान यहाँ पर. अदरवाइज ऐसी जगहों पे जीवन ही बहुत मुश्किल है.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Our $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
This Independence Day, watch Jai Jawan with me, John Abraham, only on NDTV. Jai Jawan!
ये जोश पे चलते हैं हमारे जवान यहाँ पर, अदरवाइज ऐसी जगहों पे जीवन ही बहुत मुश्किल है।
Welcome back. Dera Sacha Saudar chief and rape convict Gurmeet Ram Rahim Singh has been granted a 21-day furlough. He has left jail for the 10th time in the last 4 years. He was granted a temporary release days after the Punjab and Haryana High Court disposed of the Shiromani Gurudwara Prabandhak Committee's petition against his temporary release. The High Court on August 9th observed that a plea for temporary release by the Dera chief should be considered by the competent authority without any arbitrariness or favoritism. Interestingly, his release comes ahead of Haryana elections and the UP by-polls. Gurmeet Ram Rahim Singh is serving a 20-year sentence for raping 2 of his disciples and has been lodged in the Sonaria jail in Haryana's Rohtak district. He was sentenced in 2017, and this is one of the many furloughs he has gotten over the last few years. For that, time for us to slip into a short break. News updates continue right here on NDTV. Do keep watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
This Independence Day, watch Jai Jawan with me, John Abraham, only on NDTV. Jai Jawan!
ये जोश पे चलते हैं हमारे जवान यहाँ पर. अदरवाइज ऐसी जगहों पे जीवन ही बहुत मुश्किल है.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
This Independence Day, watch Jai Jawan with me, John Abraham, only on NDTV. Jai Jawan!
ये जोश पे चलते हैं हमारे जवान यहाँ पर, अदरवाइज ऐसी जगहों पे जीवन ही बहुत मुश्किल है.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections.
Welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Rishika Barwa. Let's get you the top headlines we're tracking at 5 p.m. this evening. The Calcutta High Court has handed over the hospital rape and murder case to the Central Bureau of Investigation amid a growing chorus for a central agency probe. The court has questioned why the hospital administration didn't file a case immediately and was not present with the family of the victim. The court has also said that there is a possibility of evidence tampering. Nationwide protests against the Kolkata doctors' rape and murder continue to rage. Doctors demand a CBI probe and safety in hospital. Health services have been affected due to the doctors' strike. The High Court has also advised doctors to talk to the government and consider ending the strike. And a shocking video from Rajasthan now of a man dragging his wife on a bike. The video has gone viral. The woman is heard screaming for help, but nobody comes to rescue. The accused arrested. The woman had just wanted to visit her sister. The row over flag hoisting in the national capital intensified with Atishi not being allowed to hoist the flag on behalf of the Chief Minister. The Lieutenant Governor has now nominated the Delhi Home Minister Kailash Gehlot. The leader of Bangladesh's interim government, Muhammad Yunus, has visited Dhaka's Dakeshwari National Temple and asked for cooperation, says rights are equal and be patient, don't rush to judge us. Well, the big breaking story that we're tracking at this hour, the Lieutenant Governor has nominated Delhi Home Minister Kailash Gehlot for unfurling the national flag on the 15th of August. This amid uncertainty over who will hoist the national flag during the official Delhi government function on Independence Day, as Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal continues to be housed in the Tihar jail. The General Administration Department in Delhi had said that Arvind Kejriwal, who is in jail in a corruption case, is obviously not going to be there, and therefore they said they cannot authorize Minister Atishi to do so on his behalf. This comes a day after the GAD Minister Gopal Rai had directed the government to make necessary arrangements for Atishi to hoist the national flag. The Additional Chief Secretary of the General Administration Department had responded to the Minister's communication saying that the Chief Minister's direction was legally invalid and cannot be acted upon. Now, Delhi's Home Minister Kailash Gehlot has been nominated by the Lieutenant Governor in order to hoist the national flag on the 15th of August as the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal continues to remain in jail. Remember, this had become the latest flashpoint between the Delhi government and the Lieutenant Governor's office, with Atishi alleging that a duly elected government was being denied the right to hoist the national flag. Let's go right across to my colleague Ishika joining us with the very latest. Ishika, the controversy now rests with the Lieutenant Governor nominating the Delhi Home Minister to hoist the national flag.
Well, yes, certainly, that's the breaking that we are getting at this point of time, is that now the Lieutenant Governor has nominated Kailash Gehlot, who in fact, has the Home Department in the Delhi government to hoist the national flag on 15th of August here in the national capital. And the reason that has been given for this nomination is that, if we talk about the security arrangements that are being done, or the minute-to-minute arrangements regarding, the Independence Day that has to be done, comes under the Home Department and the Delhi Police, and that is why Kailash Gehlot has been nominated as, as the one to hoist the flag, since he has the Home Department in the Delhi government. Now remember that, as you rightly said, in fact, there was a lot of war of words that we saw between the Raj Niwas and also, in fact, between the Delhi government over this entire matter. We also saw how, in fact, Atishi, whose name was pushed forward by Arvind Kejriwal, the Chief Minister himself, that file did not reach the Raj Niwas because the jail authorities said that nothing official can actually be sent from the Tihar jail. Calling it abuse of privileges by Arvind Kejriwal. And now after that, we saw how Atishi attacked the Lieutenant Governor over this, and also the Tihar jail authorities calling it nothing but dictatorship. So after that, now, after MHA in fact gave this right to the Lieutenant Governor to nominate, now Kailash Gehlot's name has been nominated by the Lieutenant Governor. Over to you.
Right, Ishika, with this, of course, the controversy rests, but let's not forget that this, of course, had become, the latest flashpoint between the Lieutenant Governor's office and the Delhi government, because what Atishi had essentially alleged was the fact that a duly elected government was being denied the right to hoist the national flag on Independence Day. But with now the Delhi Home Minister being nominated, the controversy rests, because he will essentially be hoisting the flag on behalf of Arvind Kejriwal.
Well, as you rightly said, we did see how the war of words between the Aam Aadmi Party-led Delhi government and the Raj Niwas, in fact, had escalated, especially after, the GAD department itself said to the GAD minister, that is, in fact, Gopal Rai, saying that they are not going to apply whatever he has said because, it is invalid is what, was said by the officials in the GAD department. And also after the letter that had surfaced from the Tihar jail authorities, where they had said that they had not sent the file of Arvind Kejriwal pushing forward Atishi's name to hoist the flag to the Raj Niwas because it was abuse of privilege by Arvind Kejriwal. So after this, we saw today Cabinet Minister Atishi herself holding a press conference and saying that this is like taking away the right of the elected government here in the national capital, and this is nothing but dictatorship that is being done by the Lieutenant Governor. But after that, now we are seeing that, this breaking that has come now by the Raj Niwas officials now saying that the Lieutenant Governor, in fact, has nominated Kailash Gehlot. So what will be the reaction from the Aam Aadmi Party-led Delhi government? That certainly remains to be seen now. Whether this will escalate or, in fact, certainly the war of words after this will end. That is something that remains to be seen.
Thanks very much for joining us, Ishika. We'll, of course, continue to track the details of this story. What is really going to be the reaction of the Aam Aadmi Party now is the big question, but we'll continue to get that. Moving on to the other big development that we're tracking amid nationwide protests over the chilling rape and murder of a 31-year-old doctor at Kolkata's RG Kar Medical College and Hospital. The Calcutta High Court today has ordered that the investigation will be transferred to the CBI. This, remember, was a long-standing demand of doctors who've been protesting for the last 4 days, demanding a central agency probe. The court also noted serious lapses on the response of the hospital administration after the doctor was found dead in its seminar hall on Friday morning, her clothes in a disarray and injury marks all over her body. The court has come down heavily on Dr. Sandeep Ghosh, the former principal of the state-run college, saying it was disheartening that he was not proactive. The court also flagged that the former principal was given the same role in another college hours after he resigned. And remember, there's been massive student outrage over that as well. The court had said that he must be immediately relieved of his duties and sent on leave. The parents of the victim want an investigation by an independent body to ensure that evidence is not tampered with. And that is why the case has in fact now been transferred to the CBI. The Calcutta High Court in its order noted the disheartening behavior of Sandeep Ghosh, saying he was not proactive. He was made principal of a national college just hours after he resigned from here. And they've also said that there is a possibility that evidence in this case may be tampered with. It is a peculiar case and there should be no loss of time. Citing all of these reasons, the court has in its wisdom transferred the investigation to the CBI.
Despite the body being in such a bloodied state and half naked, the police was casual enough to register a suicide case. And it took quite a lot of time for the police to basically register an FIR and thereafter arrest someone. So this was enough to indicate how casual the attitude of the police was and, well, how much seriousness was lacking insofar as this particular investigation is concerned. We are rather thankful and grateful to the Honorable Court that the CBI has been now handed over the investigation. We also wanted the investigation to be monitored by the Honorable Court. Now the court has also directed the CBI to file periodic reports.
हमको ये विचार है और सीबीआई तदंत ही हम लोग मानता है और ये राज्य सरकार को जो तदंत होता है इसके ऊपर हमारा कोई भरोसा नहीं है तो हम चाहता है निरपेक्ष तदंत एंड जो गिल्टी है उनका कठोर থেকে कठोरतम শাস্তি देना चाहिए वो एक दृष्टांत होके सारा मानुष का सामने उपस्थित हो जाते ऐसा कोई करने के साहस नहीं पाता है.
Well, the family of the victim only moved court this morning. There were other petitions that had been moved, but the family of the victim moved court this morning, and it's important to note the reasoning in this order that the Calcutta High Court has put out for its decision to hand over the investigation to the CBI. It is, of course, the Calcutta High Court has noted in its order that it was disheartening to note that Sandeep Ghosh, who's basically the principal, was not proactive. But after he resigned, he was made principal of National Medical College within hours. It is difficult to comprehend how this happened, is what the Calcutta High Court is saying. He must be immediately relieved of his duties. What was the tiring hurry to do so, which is to appoint him in another place? We have directed his lawyer to instruct his client to proceed on leave. If such a request is made, it shall be accepted. The case diary the court has gone through. What the court has also noted is that initially an unnatural death case was registered. This is usually the practice when there is no complaint. But what has happened is it is surprising why the administration of the hospital did not file a complaint. This was a serious lapse. The case on hand is a peculiar case. There should be no further loss of time. There may be possibility of evidence being tampered. It has been 5 days. There has been no progress. And therefore, the court has directed the investigation to be transferred to the CBI. The case diary and all other evidence has to be handed over to the CBI by 10 in the morning tomorrow. So the Calcutta High Court's reasons, of course, are that since that arrest that was initially made, there has been no real progress in the case. And of course, you know, the Chief Minister of West Bengal had also said that if the family demands a CBI probe, we have no objection to it. Anyways, the Chief Minister had also said that we are giving the police time till Sunday. And if by Sunday they cannot complete the investigation, then we will transfer it to the CBI. But before the government, of course, could transfer it to the CBI, petitions were moved in the Calcutta High Court. And upon hearing those petitions, the Calcutta High Court, in its wisdom, has decided to hand over the case to the CBI. So that's what's transpired. You know, there have been protests going on across the country, and the Calcutta High Court has had a note of appeal for the doctors as well. And in fact, the Calcutta High Court has gone on to say that, look, patients are suffering and perhaps the state government representatives should sit with the doctors and figure out a solution so that they can end their agitation. So there are 2 or 3 things that are important to note. One is the Calcutta High Court coming down very heavily on the immediate reappointment of someone who resigns after taking moral responsibility after an incident has happened like this. Within hours, he is reinstated as principal of another prominent medical college and hospital. That is something the Calcutta High Court has taken very serious note of. The other thing that the Calcutta High Court has taken very serious note of is the registration of a unnatural death case, which is usually what happens when there is an when there is no complainant or when the person is unidentified, etc. In this case, this had happened inside a hospital, and it's quite shocking, as the court says, why this particular administration did not file a complaint with the police. I mean, it had to wait till the parents came, and of course, once the parents came and filed a complaint, the case of rape and murder was registered.
All right, well, joining me for a quick reaction, Riju Datta, spokesperson of the Trinamool Congress, and K.R. Ghosh, spokesperson of the BJP in West Bengal. Thank you both very much for being with us. Riju Datta, to you first, of course, given the fact that the case has now been transferred to the CBI, there were some glaring irregularities on the part of the hospital administration that have been questioned by the Kolkata High Court. Your first reaction to those?
From day one, that after it was realized that a heinous crime was committed in a government hospital in Calcutta, the Chief Minister herself has been on the case. The case was investigated directly by the Commissioner of Police, Calcutta. There was no laxity in the investigation, and the state from day one has said that we want only 2 things: justice for the victim and her family, and exemplary punishment to the culprit or the culprits. And from day one, the Chief Minister herself has said that if the family wants the case to be probed by an independent agency, she does not have any issue. And yesterday, after meeting the family members, she gave a deadline to Calcutta Police that if you cannot complete the investigation by Sunday, I will hand it over to the CBI. The Honorable High Court, in all its wisdom, has noted the fact that the state has no issue, and for the progress of the investigation, the Calcutta High Court has ordered a CBI probe. We welcome this judgment. We have nothing to hide. We want justice and punishment justice for the victim and punishment for the culprits. But for others who are bathing for blood, who are trying to conspire and give all sorts of conspiracy theories left, right, and center, we just hope and pray, like every citizen of the country, that CBI gives swift justice to the family and the victim, not
Ms.
drag
Ghosh?
it for 12, 14, 15 years.
Okay. Ms. Ghosh, the demand from the TMC, of course, is that now that the case has been handed over to the CBI, even though the TMC initially, Mamata Banerjee had said that they want to wait till Sunday before the CBI is actually called in to probe this. The focus really now shifts to swift justice in this case.
Absolutely. We welcome the decision, the verdict of Honorable Kolkata High Court. The Kolkata High Court has, the verdict has proven the inefficiency and the callousness of the investigations conducted by the Kolkata police. Because firstly, it was this Kolkata police who wanted to prove this as a case of suicide. Later on, from the surmounting pressure from the doctor fraternity, from the student fraternity, the police changed their ruling from a suicide to a homicide case, and then later on a rape and murder. There are few questions. If they have nothing to hide, then why was the hurry for cremation? Why wasn't the body of the student kept for further post-mortem and further investigation? Secondly, from other non-verified sources, as of now, we are getting the information that the tiles just right opposite to this seminar hall where the rape and murder was supposedly conducted, the tiles are being taken off, they are being broken. Why? What do they have to hide? Thirdly, the Bluetooth, which was as the evidence, the person accused, Sanjay Rai, has been arrested. As per senior leading doctors from Kolkata, the only piece of evidence which connects the Bluetooth and the accused is the earwax. And earwax is one piece of evidence which does not have any DNA in it. So how can they only and only frame one person and go about the case?
What is the
saying
larger point
this
that
is,
you're trying to make, Ms.
firstly,
Ghosh?
suicide, then
What's
murder,
the
and
larger
then, of
point?
course,
What's the larger point that you're trying to make, Ms. Ghosh?
there has been Kolkata police, the TMC government is trying to shield off somebody or certain group of people who are extremely
That's a
influential.
very serious allegation that you're making. Let me get to the TMC spokesperson to respond to that. Riju Datta, do you want to respond to that? The spokesperson of the BJP alleging that, given how this case has been handled so far, it does appear that there's a cover-up bid. This is something that the Kolkata High Court has also said today, that we want to hand over the case to the CBI, otherwise we fear evidence tampering.
See, the problem is BJP relies too much on WhatsApp University rather than facts. The postmortem was done in presence of a district magistrate and the family members of the victim, which was video recorded. The cremation was done by the family in presence of family members and the friends and family members of the victim. It was not done by the administration. Thirdly, from day one, we have said we have no issues if the family wants for a CBI probe. Even yesterday, the Chief Minister gave a deadline to Calcutta Police. Now the investigation has gone to the CBI. My larger point is this. The people who are spinning or spitting these conspiracy theories, after CBI investigations, even if there is more than one people involved or one people involved, they should all be hanged by the gallows. But if it comes out that there is only one accused, because it has already gone for DNA mapping, let me remind your viewers, the investigation has gone for DNA mapping. So after DNA mapping that is being conducted by a central forensic laboratory, if it comes out that there is only one perpetrator and the investigation done was by Calcutta Police is correct, then what will BJP say? Will they hold their ears and apologize?
Okay, all of that really still is, in the realm of an investigation. We are hoping that the CBI comes through on a speedy probe and justice is in fact served. I have to say at certain levels, these political blame games are also very unfortunate at times like this. It does lead to a fair bit of disillusionment, but I think it's also important that we ask questions and hold power to account. And, the opposition voices, of course, at those junctures play a very important role, as do journalists, in asking questions in order to ensure that a free and fair investigation is carried out. Riju Datta and Kia Ghosh, thank you both very much for being with us. Meanwhile, while we'll continue to track the latest as far as the investigation is concerned, remember, doctors across the country have refused to return to work except for emergency procedures as they protest against the rape and murder of this 31-year-old doctor at the Kolkata Medical Hospital. Now, nationwide protests are being carried out with doctors who are in fact demanding safety. It's a very basic demand that is being put forward by doctors. They've questioned this 7-day deadline that's been given. Protesting doctors have in fact asked the police to solve the case by Wednesday. Doctors have questioned this deadline that's been given. They've demanded an apology from the police, claiming that rumors are being spread about the investigation and therefore, those rumors need to be checked. Let's listen in to the reactions.
घटना कोलकाता हो या कहीं भी हो, ये देश का एक बहुत दुखद घटना है और सब चाहते हैं कि कार्रवाई, बहुत सख्त कार्रवाई होना चाहिए। और ये कोलकाता में जो घटना हुई है उसमें मेडिकल फ्रेटर्निटी ही क्यों प्रोटेस्ट? ये तो एक इंसान होने के नाते सबको दर्द हो रहा है ना, ये तो सबको आक्रोश होना, ये तो एक नेचुरल है। ये तो इतना गंभीर बात है ये कि मेडिकल कैंपस में ही अगर डॉक्टर का ये हाल होता है तो फिर ये तो बहुत चिंता का बात है।
Well, joining with me is IMA President Mr. Ashokan. Sir, today you met the Health Minister, JP Nadda. There has been outrage and anger amongst the doctors after the horrific incident that took place in Kolkata. What are the assurances that have been given by the Health Minister and what were the demands that was put forward by the IMA?
The main first demand is that all the hospitals across the country should be declared as safe zones. A safe zone will be entitled to certain security measures. Especially this is important because the medical profession, more and more lady doctors, the proportion of the lady doctors is now around 60% of the doctor population. So the security aspect is very important. Then we also ask for the oft-repeated central law on violence on doctors. He said there are certain limitations for the government. We said we have pressed for that. And he said he will consider and then come out with a statement.
Are you in contact with those doctors as well who are on strike, who are not going to the hospitals? Ultimately, the patients are also been suffering.
Yes, resident doctors are an important portion of the doctor population, and they are our frontline warriors, contributed so much during COVID. And their services are important. We will be talking to them regarding whatever has transpired in this meeting.
Mr. Ashokan, lastly, the delegation is also visiting West Bengal. Will you be meeting the West Bengal Chief Minister, and what sort of actions and the steps as far as future course of action is concerned by the MS going to take?
Yeah, we are basically going to study the issue. What are the gaps? Why such a thing happened? And we will certainly be talking to the Chief Minister of West Bengal.
Sir, lastly, do you also welcome the High Court decision?
Because the medical profession, more and more lady doctors, the proportion of the lady doctors is now around 60% of the doctor population. So the security aspect is very important. Then we also asked for the oft-repeated central law on violence on doctors. He said there are certain limitations for the government. We said we have pressed for that. And he said he will consider and then come out with a statement.
Are you in contact with those doctors as well who are on strike, who are not going to the hospitals? Ultimately, the patients are also been suffering.
Yes, resident doctors are an important portion of the doctor population, and they are our frontline warriors, contributed so much during COVID. And their services are important. We will be talking to them regarding whatever has transpired in this meeting.
Mr. Ashokan, lastly, the delegation is also visiting West Bengal. Will you be meeting the West Bengal Chief Minister, and what sort of actions and the steps as far as future course of action is concerned by the MS going to take?
Yeah, we are basically going to study the issue. What are the gaps? Why such a thing happened? And we will certainly be talking to the Chief Minister of West Bengal.
Sir, lastly, do you also welcome the High Court decision that the CBI investigation will take place now? The entire case has been handed over to the Central Bureau of Investigation.
Yeah, we certainly welcome that. That's a confidence-boosting step by the High Court.
Thank you so much. So that was the IMA President, Mr. Shokan, speaking exclusively to NDTV. With the journalist Arun Negi, this is Aishwarya Jain in Delhi.
A shocking video from Rajasthan's Nagaur has now gone viral, where a woman was tied to a motorcycle and dragged screaming for help. Across all the rubble and rocky ground, she was dragged on that motorcycle for several seconds by her own husband. This is a crime that's been reported in Rajasthan's Nagaur district. The man then got off his bike and stood right there looking at this woman with his hand on his waist as the woman, who was injured in pain, continued to cry. This is a month-old video that has now gone viral. It shows this man riding his bike, dragging this woman behind him. The woman screams for help as she's dragged on the road. Her clothes fall into a disarray and nobody comes to help her, not one person. This is again a shocking story of how nobody came to intervene as this husband continued to drag his wife. Videos, meanwhile, have of course emerged. The man has been arrested, and there have of course been reactions that have been pouring in with outrage over how women are treated, whether it is inside hospitals or in their own homes.
Absolutely. So that's really, really horrific what's happened. Now, I spoke to the SP in Nagaur, asking him exactly what had happened. Now, I'm given to understand that, the police are also investigating another angle. Now, remember, in Rajasthan, there are in some pockets where men are unable to find brides. They often purchase them from neighboring states. So this is a crime of human trafficking, which often goes unreported because victims and the people who actually go across and, buy these brides don't report these cases. Now, there is an angle that this woman was bought apparently for 2 lakh rupees 10 months ago from a different, part of the country. It could have been UP, Madhya Pradesh, Bihar. We are not sure. But what will definitely help the police in this investigation will be that they've tracked down the victim. She was in Jaisalmer with her sister. They've tracked her down and they are asking her to give her statement so that it can be sort of recorded. It will help them in the investigation. Now remember, the status of these women who are in some senses purchased is absolutely abysmal in society. They're not really given any kind of respect. In fact, they're made to labor in the fields. They are not really in some senses even treated as part of the family. Very horrifying. And this really was the limit. The police, I spoke to the SP myself. He said that the police have taken suo moto cognizance of what happened. They filed an FIR. So the sections are under the IT Act, also carrying out an act which could actually even, grievously hurt and endanger the life of a person. Apart from the various sections which come for outraging the modesty of a woman. So they're taking it quite seriously. And the mystifying bit is that someone was actually making a video. So I asked the SP that the person who was making the video, he's definitely, somewhere complicit in the crime. He said, absolutely, we're going to investigate that as well. In the end, you see that there's one woman who sort of rushes towards that lady, even as the man kind of stands there looking at her. What exactly was her role? Are these people members of the family? Did this dragging incident happen inside the house, or was it somewhere else? All that will be clear as the police speaks to the victim and takes down her statement. That's when the police will actually be able to move forward in this case with some clarity. Well, the victim, in fact, like I said, this video was 1 month ago. The video went viral yesterday. So the police have only yesterday taken suo moto cognizance of his, filed an FIR and taken the man into custody. They've tracked down the victim. She's in Jaisalmer, which is some distance away from Nagaur. So the police team will either go there or they will bring her to Nagaur and then further investigate the matter. The victim is believed to be safe. She's with her sister. What kind of injuries she received 1 month back after this kind of incident is still not clear. So I'm sure the medical will happen. And then as the case progresses, I'm in regular touch with police officials in Nagaur. As the case progresses, it will become clearer as to exactly what is the status of the victim and what is her version of the incident.
All right, well, Kavita Srivastav now joins us in the broadcast. She's a women's rights activist joining us from Rajasthan. Kavita, I want to thank you for being with us on NDTV and also request you to comment on, this 1-month-old video that has now gone viral that we're seeing on our screens. There are several aspects of this video that are absolutely shocking. And I just want to say here that while we continue to raise the issue of safety of women in the workplace, if you look at this video and how this man has treated his wife, it just stands testimony to the fact that women are actually not safe anywhere.
Firstly, thank you for inviting me to your show. Secondly, I'm glad that there is a focus on this brutal atrocity that came through in the public domain only yesterday when this video went viral. I really think that this man has to be, the video evidence is enough to not just book him but arrest him. I'm not sure whether he has been arrested.
He has been arrested.
He has been arrested, but now the statement of the wife, there's enough video evidence. She under pressure because it's very clear that she has been bought. You know it, that the sex ratios in Nagaur are pretty bad. In the 2011 census, it was 897. And at present, it has gone down further. NFHS 5, we've not had any census, shows it is 875 in rural Nagaur. Now, with those kinds of ratios, obviously, it cuts across class. It's not just the OBC or the so-called dominant, so-called Savarna caste. It goes down. This person is from the SC community. His name says he's Meghwal. He's from the SC community. And we know it from a large number of SCs that they also buy wives. They also buy. And here the trade-off happened for 2 lakh rupees. The girl didn't have a father. Her mother was given 2 lakh rupees. So it's very clear that she had no support group around. And she was continuously subjected to brutality. Now, my point is that in domestic violence also we say that there is a failure of due diligence of the state. When a woman is even beaten behind closed doors, it's a failure of due diligence. It's not a personal matter. So my first question is to the whole machinery there, that this is not the first time that she's been brutally treated. The neighbors have said she was continuously beaten up for the last 10 months. So what is the Sarpanch doing? What are the ward members doing? What was the beat constable doing? What was the local thana doing? We have to ask everybody, because it is very clearly stated that women's issues, and particularly domestic violence, there is a responsibility of the state. So my clear question is that what was the state machinery doing? What was both? I mean, there are so many women workers. There is an Anganwadi worker. There is a Sathan, apart from the women ward members. What was everybody doing? There is a whole mini secretariat in the panchayat, which is supposed to look after, the goodwill, the health of.
I think what your larger point here is that when cases like this come to the forefront, it is in a certain sense, symptomatic of a larger malaise. It points to a larger problem.
One, of course, is the larger issue of declining sex ratio, which has caused this woman to be bought. That is one. But the other thing is very specific. I'm questioning what happened to the local state machinery there. It's not the first time she was beaten up. Why is it even today in Rajasthan, domestic violence considered as a personal matter? Why is it considered as a personal matter? It's not. It's a violation of a woman's human rights. That's what it is. So I would squarely, of course, this man is a complete accused, and the woman should be empowered to give a statement. You never know. At the end of all this, also the woman may just deny. We don't know who's standing with her. We don't know where she is. We as women's activists will try to search for her. We'll try to reach out to her. That is our job. We have to do it. But I'm talking about something else. What about the failure of the state machinery in preventing it? After all, there is a law of prevention of women from domestic violence. There is a whole, preventive mechanism. So it's a failure of due diligence of the state machinery. And I'm telling you, there's a whole apparatus now in the village. It is not like in the 80s or 90s. We have a mini Sachivalaya. We have so many women workers. We have a Sarpanch. We have ward members. What happened to them? And the beat constable. Remember, there is a beat constable. And they also have other people of the police. The police has these village volunteers and whatnot. What happened?
Right.
So that means in Rajasthan,
I think that is still yes. What was your point on Rajasthan? Please finish it, and then
I'm saying in Rajasthan they still consider domestic violence as women's personal issues. Which is not so. I mean, it's high time that the Indian polity, the Indian society sees it like a crime against, a human rights violation of the woman, as it is, as the law stands. It's not merely reporting.
I think one of the other issues that one really needs to address and talk about is bystander syndrome when it comes to these cases. There are so many crimes against women that are documented. These videos go viral, but it also points to the fact that somebody had the presence of mind to film this and to circulate it, but didn't have it in them to help. Is this a law and order problem? Is this a psychology problem? I think those are some of the larger issues.
Let's not shoot the messenger. Good that guy did it. Let's not shoot him. But this was happening in the village. There were hundreds of people who were witnessing. Why didn't they stop it? They didn't stop it again because the syndrome is that the wife is his property. And whatever he does to her, he beats her, kills her, brutalizes, whatever he does. They will not interfere. And I'm continuously focusing on that. I'm focusing on the bystanders, on the neighborhood, on the police machinery.
All right, several questions that really need to be answered. This is, yet another horrific crime that we're reporting on. We'll continue to cover all aspects of the story. I'm afraid I would love to have continued this conversation. I'm afraid I'm completely out of time at the moment. Kavita Srivastava, thank you very much for joining us and, just articulating the problem there. Because that really is the first step towards arriving at any solution. That's all the time we have at the moment. We will track this story very closely. With that, we're going to slip into a very short break, but on the other side, a lot more news coming up. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra. comes with Google Gemini.
The Calcutta High Court has handed over the hospital rape and murder case to the Central Bureau of Investigation, a long-standing demand of the protesting students. Calcutta High Court has raised doubts over evidence tampering, says no further delay, the case goes to the CBI. Nationwide protests against the Kolkata doctor rape and murder continues. Non-emergency services, OPD services have been hit across hospitals as doctors demand speedy justice and safety. Shocking video emerges from Nagaur district in Rajasthan where a man is seen allegedly dragging his wife on a bike. She screams for help but nobody helps her. Mohammad Yunus, the in charge of the interim government there in Bangladesh, has visited a temple and sought cooperation with reports of atrocities being committed against minorities in Bangladesh.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
This Independence Day, watch Jai Jawan with me, John Abraham, only on NDTV. Jai Jawan!
ये जोश पे चलते हैं हमारे जवान यहाँ पर, अदरवाइज ऐसी जगहों पे जीवन ही बहुत मुश्किल है.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene,
I am Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
This Independence Day, watch Jai Jawan with me, John Abraham, only on NDTV. Jai Jawan!
ये जोश पे चलते हैं हमारे जवान यहाँ पर, अदरवाइज ऐसी जगहों पे जीवन ही बहुत मुश्किल है.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Welcome back. Let's get you the other big story that we're tracking from Karnataka, where one of the gates of the Tungabhadra Dam in Karnataka was washed away this week due to the snapping of the chain link. Now, a flood alert as a result of this has been sounded downstream Koppal, as authorities have immediately opened all except 5 dam gates to take off the pressure on just one. So in order to prevent all of the other dam gates from giving away, most of these gates have been opened. And how does this really impact that area going forward? There are several districts that have been put on high alert, not just in Karnataka but also across Andhra Pradesh. Let's go right across to NDTV's Pratibha Raman joining us for the very latest. Pratibha, this is an extremely serious situation as far as the Tungabhadra Dam is concerned, raising once again the risk of floods downstream. What are some of the key areas that have been affected and what are the authorities saying they're doing about it?
In fact, yes, it is definitely one of the most serious situations that's being faced by this dam in Karnataka. We are talking of one of the 33 gates that has given way due to the pressure of the water that was flowing out. And we're also talking of a dam that is around 70 years old right as we speak. So shouldn't there be some kind of a protocol that needs to be put in place in terms of maintainability of these dams? Is one side of what needs needs to be discussed, and on the other hand, what can really be done to repair this gate. Now, the immediate plan of action is to ensure that the water stored in those dams would actually be released to at least around 50 to 60%, so that the repair of the gate can actually be done in the most efficient manner. This is what the engineers have presented. The Chief Minister as well as the Deputy Chief Minister have visited the place, have also discussed the issue with the engineers as well as the officials who are involved in this. And the main worry is with the release of water there, this could put several districts of Karnataka as well as Andhra Pradesh in terms of a flood risk situation. Now, that definitely needs to be balanced, and that can be known only in the days to come. Back to you.
All right. Thanks very much, Pratibha, for joining us with the latest. With that, we're going to slip into a very short break. News and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Tweet of the day, Prime Minister Narendra Modi tweeted that Arunachal Pradesh is a land where patriotism is deeply rooted in the heart of every citizen. This clearly reflects the state's vibrant cultural heritage. Prime Minister Modi putting out that tweet as a part of the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign as he shared a video of a rally in Arunachal Pradesh.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Though a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
This Independence Day, watch Jai Jawan with me, John Abraham, only on NDTV. Jai Jawan! Jai Jawan!
हैं, ये जोश पे चलते हैं हमारे जवान यहाँ पर। अदरवाइज ऐसी जगहों पे जीवन ही बहुत मुश्किल है।
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
This Independence Day, watch Jai Jawan with me, John Abraham, only on NDTV. Jai Jawan!
ये जोश पे चलते हैं हमारे जवान यहाँ पर। अदरवाइज ऐसी जगहों पे जीवन ही बहुत मुश्किल है।
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
This Independence Day, watch Jai Jawan with me, John Abraham, only on NDTV. Jai Jawan!
ये जोश में चलते हैं हमारे जवान यहाँ पर, अदरवाइज ऐसी जगहों पे जीवन ही बहुत मुश्किल।
Good evening and welcome to NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi. Let's quickly take you to the headlines we are tracking at 6 p.m. Calcutta High Court hands over hospital rape and murder case to the CBI. Court questions why hospital administration did not file a case. High Court also says administration was not with the family of the victim. Possibility of evidence being tampered as well. Nationwide protests against Kolkata doctors' rape and murder. Doctors demand CBI probe and safety in hospitals. Health services affected due to doctors' strike. Senior lawyer Hari Salve rubbishes Hindenburg report, says Hindenburg a crooked, discredited organization. Shocking video from Rajasthan of a man dragging his wife on a bike which goes viral. The woman is heard screaming for help, but no one comes to her rescue. Accused arrested. Controversy over Delhi flag hoisting continues. Atishi not allowed to hoist the flag on behalf of the Chief Minister. The Lieutenant Governor nominates Home Minister Kailash Gehlot. Leader of Bangladesh's interim government, Mohammad Yunus, visits Dhaka's Daksheshwari National Temple, asks for cooperation, says rights are equal and be patient. In an important judgment today, the Supreme Court held that bail is rule and jail is exception, once again reiterating the basic, tenet of the jurisprudence. The court said even in special statutes, statute cases like the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, the UAPA, a bench of Justice Abhay Oka and Justice Augustine George granted bail to an accused of renting out his property to alleged members of banned organization PFI for allegedly conducting PFI training sessions. The top court has in fact given this big judgment and has once again reiterated that bail is rule and jail is exception. The court has also in a judgment asked the lower courts to not hesitate from granting bail. It's court's duty to consider the case for bail as per the law. If courts start denying bail in deserving cases, it will be violation of the rights of the accused. Now, remember, ladies and gentlemen, there have been a lot which has been said about various cases as far as the court is concerned in the Supreme Court and other courts as well of various accused. There have been activists, those who have been demanding, pointing out to certain special cases like that of Umar Khalid, that he has been in a prison for a very, very long time, almost 3 years now. In that context as well, will this have an impact as far as other cases, big cases of UAPA, of Enforcement Directorate, PMLA are concerned? That is going to be something that we'll have to wait and watch. But at this moment, a very, very important, in fact, reminder coming in from the top court to all the subordinate courts that it is the duty of the court to consider the, bail as per the law, and it is a violation of the rights of the accused if the courts start denying bail. Let me go across to my colleague Sunil Prabhu, who is joining us with more details on this. Sunil, a very basic tenet of jurisprudence once again being reiterated in the top court. Do you expect it to have an impact on other high-profile, important cases as well of UAPA and also of PMLA?
That's right. It definitely, not only UAPA, as you saw what the Supreme Court today said, it's now becoming the template and the Bible for all courts to follow suit. It's become a reference point, be it in Senthil Balaji yesterday, and defense counsels are now using it. Jail is the exception, bail is the rule. It's on this grounds that they believe, not only as you're referring to various cases on UAPA, but even the famous politically sensitive cases where the charge sheets have not been filed for now nearly 4 years, be it Bhima Karugaon or be it the Delhi riots case. It's in this backdrop that definitely there will be more petitions. The defense counsels, knocking at the trial court as well as the respective high courts and the Supreme Court, saying that what Justice Gawai as well as Justice K.V. Vishwanathan have put is really a clear case to ensure that many who have been languishing in jails as under trials and for a long period of time, where charge sheets have not even been filed, can they continue to remain in jail and in custody just because the charge sheets are still pending?
Thank you so much, Sunil, for joining us with all those details. Very important, in fact, reminder once again coming in from the top court. Moving on now to the national capital, where the tussle over who is going to unfurl or hoist the national flag on Independence Day on August 15, the tussle is now completely turned political. Now, Lieutenant Governor has nominated Delhi Home Minister Kailash Gehlot for hoisting the national flag on 15th August amid uncertainty over who will be, in fact, hoisting the flag. Remember, the Chief Minister, who is, of course, constitutionally allowed to take part in this ceremony of Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal, is in prison. He had earlier nominated another minister, Atishi, to, in fact, hoist the flag on his behalf. Now, the Lieutenant Governor has gone ahead and nominated Mr. Kailash Gehlot, who is also the Home Minister in the government of Delhi. Now, the General Administration Department in Delhi had said that the Chief Minister, Arvind Kejriwal, who is in prison, cannot authorize Minister Atishi to do so on his behalf. This comes a day after the GAT Minister Gopal Rai directed the department to make necessary arrangements for Atishi to hoist the national flag. The additional Chief Secretary of General Administration Department, Naveen Kumar, responded to the minister's communication saying that CM's erections were legally invalid. and cannot be acted upon.
मुख्यमंत्री ने अपनी इच्छा जाहिर कर दी है। उन्होंने ये इच्छा जाहिर कर दी है कि उनकी जगह मैं मंत्री के तौर पे झंडा 15 अगस्त को फहराऊं। उसके जवाब में भी अफसरों से कहलवाया जाता है कि नहीं, हम इस आदेश को नहीं मानते। तो ये क्या है? ये अंग्रेजों के राज की तरह एक नए भारतीय वाइसरॉय साहब दिल्ली की जनता की इच्छा के खिलाफ, दिल्ली की जनता की चुनी हुई सरकार की इच्छा के खिलाफ जो सरकार चलाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, जो एक चुनी हुई सरकार के झंडा फहराने के अधिकार को छीनने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
आज एक कह रहे हैं जी हमने एक प्रशासनिक ऑर्डर निकाल दिया है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल की जगह आतिशी जी झंडा फहराएंगी स्वतंत्रता दिवस के ऊपर, जबकि कानून कहता है और संविधान के हिसाब से अगर मुख्यमंत्री जेल के अंदर है, सिर्फ पर्सनल लेटर के अलावा वो कोई लेटर बाहर नहीं निकाल सकते।
The controversy over the flag hoisting here in the national capital only continues to intensify. To talk more on that, we are being joined with the Delhi BJP President Virendra Sachdeva ji with us. Sir, सबसे पहला प्रश्न मेरा ये कि आज जो है, आज आतिशी जी एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करती हैं जिसमें उन्होंने कहा कि यहाँ अब ऑफिसर्स भी बोल रहे हैं मिनिस्टर्स को कि वो उनकी बात नहीं मान सकते। तो ये सीधे सीधे एक इलेक्टेड गवर्नमेंट से उनका हक छीना जा रहा है जब उन्हें फ्लैग होस्टिंग करने के लिए नहीं दिया जा रहा है, जबकि अरविंद केजरीवाल उनका नाम बढ़ा रहे हैं।
फ्लैग होस्टिंग किसको करनी? इनसे पूछे, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पढ़ें, कानून क्या कहता है उसको पढ़ें। फ्लैग होस्टिंग करनी है मुख्यमंत्री को। मुख्यमंत्री कहाँ है? भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप में जेल में बंद है, और जेल में आरोपी आदमी चिट्ठी लिखेगा, कौन सा कानून अलाउ करता है? और क्यों दिल्ली में ही जब जब राष्ट्रीय पर्व होता है, आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार आने के बाद क्यों उस राष्ट्रीय पर्व को विवादों में घसीटा जाता है? 26 जनवरी पे इनके मुख्यमंत्री धरना देने बैठ जाते हैं। अब स्वतंत्रता दिवस है तो झंडा कौन फहराएगा? अरे वो जेल में अपने कर्मों की वजह से जेल में है, और वो कैसे तय करेंगे कि उनके जगह पे कौन झंडा फहराएगा? कानून तय करेगा, जो नियम है वो तय करेंगे। उस नियमों की व्याख्या होनी चाहिए। अगर माननीय उपराज्यपाल जी ने चिट्ठी लिखा है यूनियन टेरिटरी के हेड होने के नाते, तो आपको इंतज़ार करना चाहिए ना कि क्या डायरेक्शन आती है एमएचए से। लेकिन जानबूझकर एक नक्सलवादी विचारधारा से ओतप्रोत ये लोग जानबूझकर विवाद खड़ा करना चाहते हैं कि किसी तरह से राष्ट्रीय पर्व को विवादों में घसीटा जाए, वो इनकी मंशा है।
हमने देखा कि एक लेटर आया था तिहाड़ जेल अथॉरिटीज़ की तरफ से, जहां उन्होंने कहा था कि फाइल जो थी अरविंद केजरीवाल की तरफ से आतिशी को कहने के लिए कि वो हॉइस्ट करेंगे, वो भेजा इसीलिए नहीं गया था राजनिवास क्योंकि ये प्राइवेट मैटर्स था। तो उस पर आज आतिशी जी कहती है कि ये सिर्फ अरविंद केजरीवाल के साथ ही ये किया जा रहा है कि सिर्फ उनके ही जो मैटर्स, ऑफिशियल मैटर्स हैं, उनको डील नहीं करेगी।
मेरे को इतना मालूम है कि जो जेल मैनुअल्स हैं वो ये अलाउ नहीं करते कि इस तरह का कोई भी कॉरेस्पोंडेंस हो। और जो अथॉरिटी ने कहा है कि जो विशेषाधिकार अरविंद केजरीवाल को मिले होंगे वो वापस ले लेने चाहिए। मेरा मानना है कि अगर अरविंद केजरीवाल ने इस तरह की कोई इंस्ट्रक्शन भी दी हैं, जेल के अंदर रहते हुए कोई पत्र लिखा है, तो उनके खिलाफ कानूनी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए।
Ishika joins us with more details at this moment. Ishika, the Aam Aadmi Party has also responded to this in a press conference. Now, this becomes a curious case. Has there been any reaction from Kailash Gehlot, the minister who has been put forward by the Lieutenant Governor?
Well, we are still awaiting, the response from Kailash Gehlot himself. But let me tell you that a statement from the Aam Aadmi Party has certainly now come after the Lieutenant Governor has nominated Kailash Gehlot, the Home Minister in the Delhi government, to hoist the national flag on August 15. Now, what the Aam Aadmi Party in their statement have said, in fact, is that they welcome this decision because in this step, the Lieutenant Governor, by in fact, choosing an elected, representative, in fact, this has only, reinforced the confidence of the people in the Aam Aadmi Party-led Delhi governance. So certainly here, what we are seeing is now the Aam Aadmi Party certainly coming out and saying that they welcome this very step of the Lieutenant Governor. Remember that the reason that was given by the Lieutenant Governor for choosing, or in fact, for nominating Kailash Gehlot was that that minute-to-minute updates of the
Sorry, tell me again.
Independence Day has to be dealt by the Home Department and the Delhi Police, and that is why Kailash Gehlot was nominated. So certainly now even the Aam Aadmi Party welcoming this step. So certainly somewhere the war of words that we saw between the Rajnivas and the Delhi government, that certainly has come to a stop. Over to you.
Thank you so much for joining us with all those details at this moment. Right, we'll go across now to this breaking news, which is coming in at this moment. In fact, the election commissioner is expected to meet the Home Secretary. This is an important, in fact, meeting, an important event, ladies and gentlemen, in context of the elections of the various states, important states, Haryana, Jammu and Kashmir also, in fact, there, and along with that, Maharashtra and Jharkhand will be seeing action, political action very, very soon. It is expected in October and November, and for the preparations of that, the Election Commission is meeting various stakeholders. So Election Commission is expected to meet the Home Secretary. This meeting is over the security situation in Jammu and Kashmir, where as per the Supreme Court directive, elections have to be held before 30th of September 2024. So this meeting is expected tomorrow when the Election Commission and the election commissioners, in fact, are going to meet Home Secretary Mr. Bhalla. So at this moment, what we know is that this is in preparation for the upcoming elections in the state of Jammu and Kashmir, where the Election Commission team had also visited a few days back. Remember, the Supreme Court had given Election Commission a time till 30th of September 2024 to conclude the process of elections for Jammu and Kashmir. The Election Commission is expected to meet the Home Secretary tomorrow this meeting is crucial in context with the preparations which are going on before the Election Commission decides the final date and issues the notification for the elections for the state of Jammu and Kashmir, which are expected to be held next month. Right, so news coming in. Ladies and gentlemen, let me reiterate it again for you that the Election Commission in its process to begin the electoral process for the Assembly elections of Jammu and Kashmir is expected to meet the Home Secretary, Mr. Ajay Bhalla, regarding the security situation and the final preparations for Jammu and Kashmir. Remember, this also comes in context of the recent spate of attacks, militant attacks which have taken place in the state of Jammu and Kashmir, which have resulted in the death of Indian Army soldiers as well. This rise in the terror attacks is also a big concern as far as the central government and the Election Commission goes. And after consultations with all the various players, stakeholders in the state, political and otherwise, the Election Commission is expected to meet the Home Secretary Ajay Bhalla tomorrow to take a stock of the final security situation in the state of Jammu and Kashmir. Akhilesh Sharma joins us with more details on this. Akhilesh, this is of course in context with the elections that are going to take place in Jammu and Kashmir, crucial meeting, and it also comes at a time when we have already seen a sharp rise in the terror attacks in the Union territories of Jammu and Kashmir.
Well, Ankit, it's very important in the sense that the Election Commission is all set to announce the Jammu Kashmir Assembly elections as soon as possible, because we know that recently the Election Commission delegation led by Chief Election Commissioner Mr. Rajiv Kumar had visited both Jammu and Kashmir. And in Jammu, recently he had a press conference also where he made the announcement that the Election Commission is committed to hold the assembly elections in the state at the earliest. And he also mentioned that no external force can actually derail the electoral process in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, going ahead with that kind of announcement, tomorrow is going to meet the Home Secretary Mr. Ajay Bhalla, and we have been told by the sources that the security situation in the Jammu and Kashmir will be reviewed in this crucial meeting with the Home Ministry officials along with the senior officials of other security establishment. And after that, once the Election Commission reviews the situation in security situation in Jammu and Kashmir, after that a go-ahead can be given and the election announcement can take place as soon as possible. So this is what the sources are indicating, that the Election Commission is committed to hold the assembly elections in Jammu and Kashmir at the earliest, and that is why this crucial meeting with the senior Home Minister officials is going to take place tomorrow.
Thank you so much for joining us with all those details. With that, we are slipping into a very short break. News and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
A $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digital.
This Independence Day, watch Jai Jawan with me, John Abraham, only on NDTV. Jai Jawan!
ये जोश पे चलते हैं हमारे जवान यहाँ पर, अदरवाइज ऐसी जगहों पे जीवन ही बहुत मुश्किल है।
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to
Amid all the outrage and demands for justice in the Kolkata doctors' rape and murder case, there is another shocking story which is coming up, in fact, not from West Bengal, but from another state. A convicted rapist and Dera Sacha Sauda chief Gurmeet Ram Rahim has been given a 21 furlough once again. You heard it right. He will be, in fact, he's already left the jail for the 10th time in the last 4 years and 7th time in just 2 years. He has been granted the temporary release after Punjab and Haryana High Court deposed of Shiromani Gurudwara Prabandhak Committee petition against his temporary release. The High Court on August 9 observed a plea for temporary release by Dera Chief should be considered by the competent authority without any arbitrariness or favoritism. His release comes ahead of the very crucial by-polls in Haryana and Uttar Pradesh. Now, remember, ladies and gentlemen, most of the time when this man has come out, it has been timed to some sort of an election. Gurmeet Ram Rahim is serving 20-year sentence for raping 2 of his disciples. Is lodged in the Suneria prison in Rohtak. And remember, he was sentenced in 2017. And since then, just take a look at the timeline which is running on your screens at this moment. This man keeps getting parole after parole, 21-day, 40-day, even 50-day parole. This year itself, in January, he got a 50-day parole. And now again in 2024, once again, this man gets a parole, a 21-day parole, which is said to be also to, in fact, celebrate his birthday. Let me very quickly go across to my colleague Gurpreet Singh China, who's joining us with more details on this. Gurpreet, you know, this also, in a way, raises questions on the way and how easy this man finds to get a parole. He's a convicted rapist, and at a time when possibly, you know, political parties are up in arms for Kolkata, Ram Rahim enjoys these paroles with impunity.
Well, of course, we have seen this matter had already been reached to Punjab and Haryana High Court, and SGPC had filed a petition before the court. But the Honourable Court last time they had given a very strong observation against the Haryana government, saying how it is possible one man can get multiple relief from the state government. There should be set rules for giving relief, and why in the heinous crime like rape and murder, why this man is getting relief multiple times from the state government. Now we have seen this time again the application by Gurmeet Ram Rahim has been moved before the Honourable Punjab and Haryana High Court, and after that the court had sent back to the government saying it's the discretion of the state government to take a call on this thing. And within a few days we have seen finally he has come out of Suneria jail today at about 6 morning, and after that we have seen that today SGPC chief, he has also put a question mark over Haryana government, saying that it seems the BJP-led government in the state, they are trying to get political mileage out of these paroles and reliefs which has been given to Gurmeet Ram Rahim. So the biggest question at this point of time is very clear: how many such type of inmates who falls under the category of heinous crime have been availing this same relief the way Gurmeet Ram Rahim is getting relief from the Haryana government multiple times. So many times we also confront the former Chief Minister ML Khattar. He says it's the matter of right of the accused. We cannot deny this right to accused. But the question again comes, how many accused are getting such type of a right from the state government? So let's see this time what type of plea the government is going to give. But because of Vidhan Sabha polls which is going to be happen in the coming months in Haryana, it seems that the politics is being played, and vote bank politics can be behind this whole relief which has been given to Ram Rahim. But we have to wait and watch from the state government what type of plea they are going to give at this point of time, because multiple times multiple questions were being asked, and one of the latter which we had gone through earlier when he was able to get parole, there was a mention from the jail authorities that he is having good character in the jail, and that could be possible reason why such type of relief had been given. But now the question is, he falls under category of heinous crime, and despite knowing the gravity and magnitude of the crime, the jail authorities, they are recommending for giving relief to Gurmeet Ram Rahim. So as of now, it seems that a lot of questions are being raised by SGPC also, a lot of peoples also, but let's wait for the reply from the state government, how they are going to reply at this point of time.
You know, it will be a very plain vanilla reply about procedures and judiciary that they will hide behind, but the fact remains that this man from 24th October 2020 up to this day has been given 255 days of relief in form of furloughs, in form of parole, and he enjoys this specifically just before any election is around the corner. And then these politicians have the audacity, ladies and gentlemen, to go to other states and ask questions and about the governance there when a convicted rapist gets this kind of a relief. On the other hand, we are asking for strict punishment as far as other rapists are concerned. Is this the deterrence that we are hoping for? With that, we are slipping into a short break. News and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
This Independence Day, watch Jai Jawan with me, John Abraham, only on NDTV. Jai Jawan!
ये जोश पे चलते हैं हमारे जवान यहाँ पर, अदरवाइज ऐसी जगहों पे जीवन ही बहुत मुश्किल है।
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
This Independence Day, watch Jai Jawan with me, John Abraham, only on NDTV. Jai Jawan!
कहीं ये जोश पे चलते हैं हमारे जवान यहाँ पर, अदरवाइज ऐसी जगहों पे जीवन ही बहुत मुश्किल है.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene."
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
There is anger, there is outrage across the country over the chilling rape and murder of a 31-year-old doctor in Kolkata's R.G. Kar Medical College and Hospital. Remember, for the last few days, doctors have been up in arms, and so are a lot of concerned citizens. The Calcutta High Court today ordered the investigation to be transferred to the Central Bureau of Investigation. The court noted serious lapses on the response of the hospital administration after the doctor was found dead in its seminar hall on Friday morning. Her clothes were in disarray and injuries all over her body. The court came down heavily on Dr. Sandeep Ghosh, the former principal of the state-run college, saying it was disheartening that he was not proactive. The court also said that there is a possibility of evidence being tampered, and that is the reason why this probe has been now sent to the CBI. The parents of the victim told the court that they want an investigation by an independent body to ensure that evidence is not tampered with, and hence, in fact, this case has been transferred to the CBI. Earlier, because the doctors are on strike, the Indian Medical Association demanding, in fact, safety for doctors at their workplace, met the union Health Minister JP Nadda. Let's listen in.
बहुत से डेलीगेशंस डॉक्टर्स एसोसिएशंस हमारे से मिली है पिछले 2 दिन। मैंने सभी को आश्वासन दिया है कि केंद्र सरकार कोई भी इस घटना के साथ जुड़ा हुआ या जो डॉक्टरों पर जिस तरीके से अटैक हो रहे हैं उस पर जो उन्होंने चिंता व्यक्त की है, मैं भी चिंता व्यक्त करता हूं और मंत्रालय भी इस पर चिंतित है। ज़रूर मैं कोई इसका रेमेडी, इसका निवारण करूंगा और उसको करने के लिए जो भी आवश्यक कदम होगा वो सरकार उठाएगी, वो मंत्रालय उठाएगी, इस बात का विश्वास है।
Meanwhile, there is some breaking news coming in on the back of this horrific incident which took place on the premises of a medical college in Kolkata. The National Medical Commission has issued an advisory to various hospitals and medical colleges across the country and has laid down some specific rules. It has said that the government has issued this advisory to the medical colleges and has in fact asked that to ensure safety of the doctors on their premises. This advisory, in fact, also speaks about lighting up dark areas, getting more guards to ensure that the doctors can work in an environment which is, in fact, absolutely fear-free. The more guards have to be deployed in the OPDs and other relevant areas in the medical colleges and hospitals. Let me at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, go across to Ms. Khushbu Sundar, well-known activist, a member of the Bharatiya Janata Party as well. Let me go across to her to try and understand. Ma'am, this has been, you've been part of the National Women Commission as well, and this case only highlights how horrific the working conditions, just not for doctors, but women in general at their workplaces. If you are not safe at the workplace, where else can you expect any safety?
Absolutely. In today's times, when we're talking about Nari Shakti, when we are asking women to fly high and just spread their wings and just keep moving forward, we're looking at gender equality. And here you have such horrific incidents happening within our country is something which is very, very disheartening, and it really breaks your heart. And as a mother, I mean, I don't know what to say as a woman, and you see these kind of horrific incidents happening time and again in our country, and that too in the premises of a place where the doctors are supposed to save lives. This happens to a woman who was supposed to save lives of the others, and she was not guarded, she was not safeguarded, she was not protected. So I think we really need to understand where we are failing collectively and understand how we can safeguard the women. We have to do it. It's now or never.
You know, a lot of people would say, and of course, like you said, there have been repeated cases. If you go through the injuries that that woman had to go through in the last moments of her life, some of them we can't even put them out on our television screens. It's horrific. And time and again, we come across such cases. Where are we lacking? The problem is it's just not workplace, public places. We keep seeing these kind of incidents.
I think where we lack is sensitivity. Where we lack is upbringing the men. Where we lack is the law. Where we lack is collectively, we are not coming together to protect our daughters. We are extremely busy in passing on the blame game. Every time a woman is raped or murdered, it's always about which community, which religion, which political party she belongs to. We do not understand that the daughter of this nation was raped and murdered. That becomes a secondary thing, and that is what is absolutely frightening, because we need to come together and say that when a woman is raped and murdered or molested, I think we need to understand that it was my daughter, the daughter of this nation, of this soil. And that is where we have to come together and work that how we can safeguard the woman. Which religion she belonged to, which guy from which religion raped her or murdered her is not the point. It's just that the man who raped her and murdered her is the culprit and he needs to be punished. People do not have the fear. These kind of things keep happening because the fear of law does not exist. They think that, okay, chal jayega, kal ko bahar aa jayenge. So I think we need to bring, and most importantly, how we bring up our boys. That is also very, very important. We need to understand as a society, where are we failing? We definitely, all of us are failing somewhere in not protecting our women. It's not about one political party. It's not about one religion, one community. No, as a society overall, on the whole, we are failing, definitely failing somewhere.
Is it the response sometimes you feel after such incident take place of the law enforcing agencies, the governments, that enables in fact others to in fact go ahead and do such things? Because even in this case, the High Court today said that there is a chance that the evidence could be tampered. The hospital, which was supposed to in fact ensure safety for this woman, their response initially was try to brush it under the carpet. They were not seen supportive either of the family or what had happened on their premises.
Absolutely. In this case, you see, when the family got a call, the girl's father first, the message which was sent to him was that your daughter committed suicide. And this was the message which was given to him. And when the parents rushed to the spot, to the hospital, and that's when they realized that she was found half naked, she was found raped and murdered with bruises all over her body. And why is this? That the premises, somebody from the premises called up the parents and said that the girl committed suicide. So, all these culprits, they think that somewhere somebody is going to protect them. And this is what we need to understand, that we cannot protect a man who is going to rape and murder a woman or molest a girl or a woman. We cannot do it. These kind of people, the perpetrators, they need to be punished. And the punishment has to be absolutely severe, where the next person is really going to shudder even before making an attempt to molest or rape a woman.
Do you think, ma'am, at a time when there is so much outrage, people are asking for justice for this woman, and of course, all of us are talking about the women's safety in India. Another example is a convicted rapist in Haryana, Gurmeet Singh Ram Rahim, being once again given a furlough. These kind of examples embolden other people. They would be able to get out if you have the clout.
Yes, we need to understand that no clout is going to help them. We need to put it down. And I'm very glad to see JP Nadda ji giving a statement that they will be working together to make sure that the girl gets justice. But this is not the case alone. I think all over the country, women have to feel safe all over the place. I mean, you imagine a girl is murdered, her throat is slit in Bangalore, in a hostel, now this. And every day you come across, you keep reading about these kind of incidents happening in the country. So we all have to come together, and you cannot be a mute spectator. I'm glad to see that the complete medical, the advisory board and everyone all over the country from the medical department are coming out in the open and supporting this girl and say that we need to get justice. But this is not the case alone. We saw this kind of an outcry. We saw people coming together from all over the country when Nirbhaya happened.
Absolutely.
But I think we are back to square one. We keep listening to this, we keep hearing this, we keep reading this. We have to come together, and you cannot turn a blind eye.
Yeah.
You cannot say that it has happened in the medical department, so they will take care of it. No, she was a daughter. I feel she was my daughter. I feel she was the daughter of this country. And I think until and unless all of us do not feel that, it has happened. It hasn't happened to me.
Okay.
It hasn't happened to somebody I know. So I'm going to be completely indifferent towards it. Let the law takes its own course. No, I think we need to come together and say enough is enough, and we need to put a full stop to it.
Till the time we don't think that it can happen to anyone, and till the time all of
it
us
can
collectively,
happen to anyone, anytime, anywhere.
Absolutely, don't take the responsibility. Things are not going to change. Ma'am, thank you so much for speaking to us on this very, very important issue. All right, let's also now bring you an interview that our managing editor Nikunj, in fact, Garg, just did with senior noted lawyer Hari Salve on the second report of Hindenburg, which in fact is being now called a damn squib.
it's almost as if after the first report also, in this case, Hindenburg is cocking a snook, by first putting out a very cryptic tweet, as if one of the biggest expose in the world is being made by this short seller who's obviously claimed that it's his business to make money through such activities. Something big in India soon. I wonder why such things are not done in the United States itself or in other advanced jurisdictions. Of course, in this case, Mr. Salve, Mr. Gautam Adani's reputation is targeted. Now, there's a lady at the helm of affairs of SEBI whose reputation is targeted. Do you think that other than the institutional response, these individuals whose reputation is supposed to be targeted, now whether it suffers, whether in the public eye or whether the public also sees through these attempts is a different question. But the fact of the matter is that an attempt is being made. Do you think that these individuals themselves must take exemplary action and ensure that such, at the end of the day, targeted character assassination bids stop?
Please understand the grave risk we are running here today. Why have they targeted the SEBI chair? They have targeted the SEBI chair saying, next time when we attack somebody in India, SEBI, you dare not go against us, otherwise we will pull you down. So the attempt is to target the independence.
Attempt is to browbeat. The attempt is to browbeat.
And this is browbeating, and you take it from me, these people will not even spare judges because they don't care. They are not in the Indian jurisdiction. So it's like sending a message saying, look, if you tangle with us, if you engage with us, if you challenge us, we will throw mud on you also. And India is such a lovely country. Anybody who throws muck on somebody is celebrated, and the poor person, however innocent he is damned. And then we immediately start hearing cries for JPC report and so much resign, etc. Without even, we are not loyal to ourselves. We are not loyal to Indians. We would rather go by what a two-bit dishonest American organization say and pull down in one of India's largest industrial groups and a senior regulator. It takes 30 seconds for people to jump onto the bandwagon and attack. We are disloyal to ourselves.
Well, that's a very strong point you make, Mr. Salve. And
it is. I'm sorry, it is. Would this ever happen in America? Would this ever happen in the United Kingdom? You try writing an article about somebody in the United Kingdom, they will come together to fight you. They may investigate, but if you try casting aspersions like this, try saying something about the UK regulator in an article in India, they will all come together to attack you. Try saying this about the Justice Department in the US, they will all come together to attack you. Whatever they may do inside. We are Indians. We will sort out our own regulators in our own way. But if a foreigner attacks our regulator, we must all unite to tell them, you shut up. How dare you? Instead of saying, oh my God, the oracle has spoken, let's pull our institutions down.
And you make a strong observation about Hindenburg also, that two-bit, short seller. The fact of the matter is that people should not forget that this short seller is under investigation by multiple competent authorities in India and in some other jurisdictions outside India also. But
see what is going on here. We Indians need to do some soul searching. A crooked organization, and I'm using very language of studied moderation, a crooked organization like Hindenburg, which has zero credibility in its home country, writes nonsense about your senior regulator. What do? Whatever you may do in-house, you may look at their allegations, you may later on take action against your regulator, do whatever. But the first reaction has to be, we reject this report, this is a piece of trash, and Hindenburg, please go and sort out your own affairs in your own country before you write about us. That is a loyal response. I'm not saying you ignore allegations, but there are ways of responding to the Hindenburgs of the world, and this is not the way to do it. We are giving credibility to Hindenburg in India by responding to the allegations and saying, oh, Hindenburg has said this, the oracle has spoken. This has to be gospel. Our SEBI chief is a liar. Hindenburg is the only truthful voice in the world. SEBI chief step aside.
This Independence Day, watch Jai Jawan with me, John Abraham, only on NDTV. Jai Jawan!
ये जोश पे चलते हैं हमारे जवान यहाँ पर, अदरवाइज ऐसी जगहों पे जीवन ही बहुत मुश्किल है।
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene."
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, is that you sort of
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Vedant Agarwal. Coming up on the show this evening, well, doctors undeterred, up in arms, protesting on the streets. An unfortunate state. This as the government has ordered a fresh advisory for medical colleges. Also, the situation of minorities in Bangladesh as well. All of that and more coming up. But first up, the headlines. The court pulls up Bengal hospital over the rape horror. The High Court says the hospital was not on the victim's side. In fact, the court also points to lapses and delays on the part of the Kolkata hospital. This as the Calcutta High Court hands over the hospital rape probe to the CBI. No safety, no duty. Doctors up in arms across the country. The government assures doctors amid protests. This is the IMA, the doctors' body says, declared hospitals as safe zones. The government now orders extra security staff at OPDs and wards. The centre's advisory, but too little, too late.
Denial of bail is against fundamental rights. The Supreme Court's landmark ruling on bail. This, as the Supreme Court reiterates the bail over jail precedent. Top lawyer in India's former Solicitor General Harish Salve rubbishes the Hindenburg report. He says Hindenburg is a crooked, discredited organization and that this is the second report attempt to browbeat the SEBI. And our big focus on Newsbreak this evening. Well, India's doctors up in arms, undeterred. They are protesting across the country, demanding safety of doctors and also a central law on violence against doctors. It was a day of hectic developments with the doctors' body, the IMA meeting the health minister. The government has assured protesting doctors. In fact, in Calcutta, the Calcutta High Court has now come down heavily on the hospital, saying that there were delays and lapses on the part of the hospital as well, and that the hospital administration was not on the side of the victims. So pretty strong observations there by the Calcutta High Court as well. The investigation is now with the CBI, but this is a larger question of safety of our doctors. India's healers have been wounded. There is no safety in the line of duty. We ask, is it now time for a central law as far as doctors' safety is concerned? Will India's doctors' SOS be heard finally? Joining me on the show this evening, Dr. Archana Dhawan Bajaj, a gynecologist and also associated to Apollo Cradle and the Fortis Hospital, and also a young doctor with me, Dr. Kumari Archana. She's been protesting on the streets here in Delhi. She's a senior resident, Department of Neurology at the RML Hospital. Thanks very much both for being with us. I'll also be joined by Dr. Shankar Nadja, Vice President of West Bengal Doctors Forum. Going across to you first, Dr. Kumari Archana. Seeing doctors on the streets, it's an unfortunate sight. It's extremely sad to see India's healers wounded like this. Now that the investigation has been handed over to the CBI, the government has also come up with a fresh set of guidelines for hospitals, including ensuring that medical colleges are well lit and there's extra security deployed at wards and OPDs. Are you satisfied as a young female doctor, and I hate to say female doctor, but because this is also a question of women's safety, do you feel safe in hospitals and are you satisfied with what the government has done?
The first thing I would like to point out that we welcome the move by High Court Kolkata that they have handed over the case to CBI, and it's a shameful thing that the CM of West Bengal did not do it on her own. The judiciary had to intervene, and I should let you know that the tampering of evidences has already started in Kolkata. In fact, my friends from Kolkata has told me that the building in which this, the room in which this incident occurred, that room has been undergoing now renovation. So when such kind of crime has occurred, how can you tamper with the crime scene? And already they have tampered the CCTV footage. So yes, CBI has been given the case, but I fear that most of the evidences might have been wiped off. But still, yes, first step of our demand is fulfilled, that CBI has got this case. So we are actually welcoming this thing. But about the safety, so as a female, you know, as a doctor, in fact, no doctor in this country is safe. But at least this kind of brutal gang rape has not occurred with a lady doctor on duty. But now when this brutal incident has occurred, then we are shocked and we are fearful. Actually, I had a night duty just the next day of this incident, and I was literally in fear and I could not go to rest in my own duty doctor room. So you see, if we are in such fear, then how are we able to work? If you are not in a proper mental state, then how are you going to give proper treatment to your patients? And it's not only about the doctor, it's about female security, it's about women's security, it's about our basic rights of safety. So people should understand that this fight is not against the government, between the government and the doctors and the patients and doctors. It's about your daughters, it's about your females. So you should and join us.
So it is a larger issue of women's safety, certainly, but I want to put the focus on the plight of doctors, given the fact that you're already overworked, you have you're many cases underpaid, especially in government hospitals, the kind of patient load is unimaginable. And amid that, to be faced with a situation like this is absolutely unfortunate.
Yes, I should let you know that in fact we get duties like 36 hours at a stretch, 48 hours at a stretch, and we don't have proper safety. In fact, we don't have proper rooms to rest also, and we are told that why should you rest on your duty? But if you are having a prolonged duty like 36 hours and 48 hours, then obviously at least for 10 minutes when there is no patient, then you need to rest. So that basic, human thing is also not provided in our hospitals, and we are forced to work in such inhuman states just because we are residents, we are getting a degree, and we are told that if you don't do this, we won't be giving you the degree. So we are forced to work in this.
So that's an important point there. And Dr. Archana, come in on this. Are we going to go back to a time where night shifts are no longer safe for women? I'm sure, all of you veterans who broke a lot of barriers to be, whether it's journalists, whether it's women cops or women doctors, you've had to fight a battle to make sure that you're on equal footing with, say, your male counterparts. But are we going to go back to a time where night shifts are no longer safe for women? Particularly in a job where there are no shifts. A doctor has no shifts.
Sad to say, Vedant, I don't think we're going back. We have already gone back to that time. What Archana is saying makes me relive what I have faced 30 years ago. You get seniors to tell you, where is the need for rest? Where is the need for a duty room? Where is the need to even have a shift? You come in and you leave when you are done for an X amount of work. I mean, I understand we are doctors, we have to give in our best to society, we have to be trained well, I understand all of that. But what I do not understand is that basic humanity or basic human needs need to be fulfilled, and not fulfilling them is doing no meritorious service to anybody at all. It's not even a question about a female doctor, a male doctor, or a doctor per se. It's about just work ethics. It's about basic human conditions. And I'm so glad Archana's raised certain issues which most of us have always brushed under the carpet for want of our degrees coming on time. But this girl is absolutely right. We've all undergone harrowing experiences. Some of us have the guts to admit it. Some of us don't. And I mean, I was just reading some material on what was available on this issue.
Yes.
It horrifies me to think a police, sort of a person who's working in conjunction with the Kolkata police as a volunteer is an alcoholic. He has hard porn on his telephone. He has the audacity to go back into the police line and rest there in the same set of clothes.
Yes.
In which he's raped.
So that also gives you a sense of the security lapses, given the fact that he had the room to destroy evidence, and there was nobody who caught him. It's absolutely shocking how this crime took place. Dr. Shankar Nath Jha, who's the Vice President of West Bengal Doctors Forum, is also with us. He's an Associate Professor, Department of Public Health at a government medical college in West Bengal. Thanks, sir, for being with us. My quick question to you on this law, as far as violence against doctors is concerned. It has been pending in Parliament for a couple of years now, and that seems to be the central demand, and it's a valid demand given the fact that there have been so many instances of violence against doctors. Dr. Jha, if you can hear me. All right, we'll try and reconnect with Dr. Shankar Nath Jha there. But the last word to you quickly, Dr. Kumari Archana, what is your expectation of the government?
See, I really telling we don't expect anything from the government. It's upon us only. It's upon us how till when we can fight, and it's upon the public only. If we can pressurize enough the government, then only the government will listen. Otherwise, 2 days time we gave to the government that we told that we can go on strike if proper investigation is not done, but the government didn't listen.
Right.
Then we have to come on, and then only we got anything what we have got. So government will do. We have to snatch our rights in
yes.
instead of being with our rights.
All right, so that's an important point you're making there. The doctors were forced to take to the streets. It's definitely not out of choice. But in Mumbai, we saw those incredible scenes actually of doctors who said that we will not abandon our duties, but we will wear our black bands as a mark of protest. So that, in a sense, shows you a doctor's commitment to his job. But thanks very much, Dr. Archana and Dr. Kumari Archana, for being with us on this very important story. But shifting focus now to our other big story at this hour, well, the situation of minorities in Bangladesh that has become a cause of concern. Well, the interim government head Muhammad Yunus visited at Dhaka temple and what is seen as an outreach to the minorities there. Can Muhammad Yunus really save the Hindus in Bangladesh? We'll get our special guests on, but before that, listen into what Muhammad Yunus had to say.
যে এমন বাংলাদেশ আমরা করতে চাচ্ছি যেটা আমরা এক পরিবার, এটি হলো মূল জিনিস। আপনারা বলেন যে আমরা মানুষ, আমি বাংলাদেশের মানুষ, আমার সাংবিধানিক অধিকার এই আমাকে দিতে হবে, সব সরকারের কাছে এটাই যাবেন, আর কিছু দেয় না।
ইয়েস, সে নিশ্চয়তা দিয়েছে। সংখ্যালঘু সম্প্রদায়ের বাংলাদেশ, এটা সকলের বাংলাদেশ, এটা শুধু সংখ্যালঘু সম্প্রদায়ের বাংলাদেশ না, হিন্দু বৌদ্ধ খ্রিস্টান সকলে মিলে তাদের সম অধিকার নিয়ে সমমর্যাদা নিয়ে বাস করবে।
देखिए, ये तो आप लोग जानते ही हैं, ढाकेश्वरी टेम्पल मंदिर ये तो बांग्लादेश का जातीय मंदिर है, ठीक है सर, नेशनल मंदिर है। तो यहाँ पे उन्हीं आए थे, उन्हीं हम सबको ये विश्वास दिलाकर गया है कि सारे बांग्लादेश में जो मारपीट, जो हंगामा, जो तोड़फोड़ हुई, जितने सारे क्राइम हुई, उन सब का उन्होंने रियलिटी भावे खोद के निकाल के उन सब का विचार उन करेंगे।
And joining me this evening, Veena Sikri, India's former High Commissioner to Bangladesh, a senior diplomat. Also, I'll be joined by Shamsher M. Chaudhary, former Foreign Secretary of Bangladesh. Thanks very much, ma'am, for being with us. What do you think the situation in Bangladesh is currently? A lot of it is not being reported. A lot of them are unconfirmed reports. But there is, of course, there are concerns about the situation of Hindus in Bangladesh. And this is not a new concern. I'm sure you've had to deal with these concerns back when you were an envoy to Bangladesh as well. But how do you think the situation can be curtailed, particularly in times of anarchy?
Yes, there is, as you said, there is a fairly anarchic situation right now prevailing in Bangladesh. There is the interim government which has been sworn in, but the problems of the minorities continue. And as you have rightly said, it is being reported very sporadically, and even the Western media is choosing to largely ignore it. Although I must say that there have been strong demonstrations in Dhaka on Saturday by the Hindu community, and in USA, UK, and Canada on Sunday to draw attention to this issue. And the attacks against the minorities have been very cruel. There have been rapes and killings, destruction of property, shops have been destroyed, houses have been destroyed, temples have been vandalized, even of the ISKCON. And ISKCON was the temple which helped, the institution which helped the Bangladeshis in 1971 with food, with raising huge amounts of money, $2.5 million at that time. And but still, they've not been spared. So this is a very shocking situation, and it has created a huge furor across India as well. It is certainly a good sign that Professor Muhammad Yunus went to Dhakeshwari temple, but there have been no formal assurances given. For example, as far as the students is concerned, as far as the attacks on the students is concerned, there's a special tribunal been appointed and they'll be looked into and so on. But for the minority communities, for the Hindus and other minorities communities, there is no such investigation or judicial investigation or supervision or looking into the attacks that has been assured. The minority communities themselves have given a list of demands. I think they've given a list of requests, aspects that they have sought to assure them of their safety, which includes a minority protection law, which includes, expediting of the trials of all the people who have been killed, and ensuring their security and compensation for what losses they have made. We've seen the very, very brutal visuals of, bodies being hung upside down and so on. And we do know that the percentage of minorities in Bangladesh has drastically fallen, not even from 47, but even from 1971. And today it is just about 8% of the community.
Yes.
But they are determined to stay on there. They've said that this is our land and we will stay here.
Yes.
So we certainly hope the interim government will take some specific measures as requested of them.
In fact, Shamsher Chaudhary ji, come in on this. What is exactly the extent of the attack on minorities as far as Bangladesh is concerned? Because as I said right at the outset, that a lot of it is either not being reported or being misreported. But how do you see the situation unfolding in Bangladesh vis-a-vis minorities?
Thank you, and nice to see Veena. We go back a long way. This is indeed shocking, the extent of vandalism that has taken place immediately following the ignominious departure of former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina on 5th of August. And vandalism initially has been widespread. It's not just the minorities who were targeted. So many people's houses were burned, so many shops were burned and attacked. And that has been, when you say that much of it has not been reported, I think this is not right. Everything has been reported. Everything has been very broadly and widely covered in our media, in print and or electronic media. Newspaper headlines have been cited of temples being attacked. At the same time, I don't know if you saw that not only Professor Yunus himself, other members of the interim government and the leader of the Jamaat-e-Islami himself visit Dhakeshwari Mandir, which is the biggest temple, Hindu temple in Dhaka. And there have been assurances given, protections have been provided, and we don't see any more reports of. I have been in touch with a lot of my friends from the Hindu community, and they are feeling. And the fact that the minority community, it's a good thing that the minority community went out in protest and making demands is an excellent thing. But that is Bangladesh, that they have gone out and they have been listened to, they have been addressed. You must understand the overall vandalism certainly is something that deserves to be condemned in the strongest of terms. I mean, this is not what the whole protest and which turned into revolution.
Yes.
You understand revolution, the extent of repression, the lack of accountability, the absence of democracy in Bangladesh over the last 15 years, the corruption, the rampant corruption, cronyism, people being denied jobs unless you are an Awami Leaguer or a Chhatru Leaguer, unless you have a Awami League identity. So it's a pent-up frustration that led to what happened on the 5th of August.
So perhaps there is some hope, given the fact that Mohammed Yunus has also reached out.
It's not some hope. No, it's not some hope. I'm optimistic that this is what happened was indeed very, very unfortunate and deserved to be condemned. And the overall acts of vandalism, and not only minorities. Minorities must feel safe in Bangladesh. They fought shoulder to shoulder with us in 1971.
Yes.
But also let me recall that during the Awami League government, there has been number of attacks on minority communities. There have been attacks on temples in Ramu, in Noshindi, in Kumila.
Which is why I said this issue of minorities in Bangladesh is not a new one. But Veena Sikri had a point there, and also just trying to understand how can India, which has established itself as an important voice, many call India the voice of the global South, particularly in the Indo-Pacific. India's position is significant and is pretty strong. How can India mediate in times like these? Because India has really walked the talk when it comes to extremism.
Well, thank you, and I welcome seeing Shamsher on the show as well. We have been in touch on so many issues over the years. You spoke, Shamsher, about saying that the vandalism was not only against the Hindu community. It's not justified. If there's one vandalism, the fact that you're addressing religious minorities specifically and asking them to leave the country, this is the kind of attacks that we do not expect to see now at this time. And if you talk about the other vandalism that has happened, what has even concerned me, that it is against the statues of Sheikh Mujib. All the values associated with the liberation war are sought to be destroyed. That is what has worried us in the anarchy that has prevailed post 5th of August.
Right.
And this is the source of worry to India. You know,
I agree.
the
I agree
statues of
totally.
Sheikh
I agree totally.
Yes.
Mujib Nagar, the 500 statues there have been destroyed. So anything associated with the values of democracy and the liberation war have been destroyed. In fact, Mr. Muhammad Yunus is calling this a second liberation, which has got us very
So
worried.
that's an
This is
important
a
point you're making, that it's not just the attack on minorities, but the larger situation of anarchy that is, of course, not favorable, that needs to
And
be
also,
looked
when
at
our Prime
immediately.
Minister
I'm
sent a
afraid,
message
Veena ji,
to-
I'm completely
to
running out of time
all
here,
people-
but we'll have enough and more time to discuss this, because this is, of course, a very important story that we continue to track closely on NDTV. That's all the time that we have on the show. Thanks so much for watching. Goodbye.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code. And driverless cars are more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
This Independence Day, watch Jai Jawan with me, John Abraham, only on NDTV. Jai Jawan!
ये जोश पे चलते हैं हमारे जवान यहाँ पर, अदरवाइज ऐसी जगहों पे जीवन ही बहुत मुश्किल है।
landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, is that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
You're watching We the People. I'm Rishika Barwa. Well, her eyes sunken in, her hair chopped off, even blood was drawn. Vinesh Fogart, well, she toiled all night. Be it the treadmill, skipping, sauna, all of it put together couldn't defeat the last 100 grams. And Vinesh Fogart was disqualified from contesting for a gold medal. While, of course, we still await the verdict on her silver, whether it was the protest on the streets of Jantar Mantar to a near-podium finish in Paris, beating an almost 80-time unbeaten opponent. For many of us, Vinesh is already a winner. But Vinesh announced a shock retirement. "Wrestling won and I lost," were her words as she hung up her boots. "Your dreams and my courage are all broken. I don't have any more strength now," is what she wrote. Vinesh's extraordinary story has put the focus on women in combat sport and women across elite sports, and just how grueling it is for a woman's body. What is standard process to them is actually extreme and can potentially lead to several risks and health complications. So while a lot of what we are going to say is routine practice as far as athletes are concerned, it's been a revelation for the rest of us. I'll begin tonight by explaining to our viewers what really is weight cutting, which is at the heart of this controversy. Athletes typically compete in a weight category that is below their normal weight. In order to start this process, they begin to cut weight or drop weight at least 2 weeks before they actually enter into the competition. In the process, athletes shed around 10% of their body mass and resort to more extreme measures in the final 24 hours before a particular match or game. Tonight on We the People, we'll discuss the trials, tribulations and of course the triumphs of women in elite sports of our country's top athletes. And joining me to carry forward this discussion to understand the risks, etc. associated with it, we have with us Sweetie Bora. She's an Indian professional boxer, and Dr. Samuel Pullinga, the head of sports science, Inspire Institute of Sport in Bellary, Karnataka. He's been working with athletes for the last 12 years. And we're also being joined by Shagun Chaudhary. She's a trap shooter, a former Olympian, someone who's won several accolades for the country. We will be joined by more athletes and sportspersons in just a bit. Thank you all very much for joining us. I want to begin by asking you, Dr. Samuel, you know, when we decided to do this show, you've been quoted in a very interesting piece in the Times of India today, where you've essentially talked about how grueling it is for women specifically when it comes to combat sport. Vinesh's story has once again put the focus on women in extreme sport, in elite sport, whether it is combat sport or any other sport. Explain to our viewers very simply, what all do athletes actually have to go through in order to be able to enter into some of the most competitive games and competitions like this? What is regular routine practice when it comes to these things?
Yeah, so again, when we're talking about elite athletes, of course, I mean, the training is different to what we'd consider with normal individuals or even these sub-elite athletes, right? So they're preparing for these big competitions which really take years, right? So the Olympics is coming up only once every 4 years. So this is something which is really placed within that training program when it comes to competitions that they're attending, obviously the type of work that they're doing at training to ensure that they can also peak for that specific time. Again, when we talk about combat sport athletes, again, there's also that weight loss or weight cut associated to combat sport athletes, and especially with the female body, which is very different to the male one. We also need to consider some of these old practices which are still incorporated within these combat sport athletes. But I mean, it's very demanding, very difficult, and of course, it's not easy to be an elite athlete when it comes to the mental, physical, and also the health-related aspects with it.
You know, there are so many different aspects, and for the purpose of this conversation, you know, I'd like to focus specifically on the physicality of it. While I know a lot of you will argue that they can't necessarily be segregated, but I think what has been very stark for some of us has been the physicality of this. Shagun, if I can come to you at this point, you know, like I said, what is routine to a lot of you has come as a huge revelation to the rest of us. Can you explain, for the benefit of our viewers, you know, what some of these routine training practices are on a first-hand basis? You're, of course, a trap shooter. What does your body really go through, and have you sort of, you know, had any health complications or seen anybody with complications that are associated as a result of the grueling process of the sport?
Hi, Rishika. So every sport basically has its own fair share of muscles that need to be trained. For example, since I'm in shooting, I know my shoulders and my back have to be in top shape in order to deal with the recoil of the gun, which is for 24 grams. It might seem like 24 grams, but the recoil of the gun is massive. So if you see most of our trap shooters, we have our shoulders hunched in front, because over so many years, it's just the routine practice. So we do get a lot of injuries on that in that area. As far as athletes are concerned, it's come as a shocker to a lot of people, because they're like, oh my God, it was only 100 grams and she did. But it is such an intensive and important part of sport that each gram matters. Like the Filipino also had a 50 gram and he was disqualified, and he came out in support of Fogart and said that, don't give up and don't retire from sport.
Yes.
So sports as an elite athlete, the grueling physical, kind of, what do you call, the amount of physical thing that we need to go to, or the mental aspect that we need to work on, is very different from a regular, normal going somebody who's playing sports for a hobby. So it is basically a lifestyle that we have to deal with, and which also comes across with lots of injuries and other strength and conditioning exercise that we need to do.
No, of course, injuries is part and parcel of any game, but one is trying to just understand and decipher what are some of the potential risks that are associated with this grueling process, Shagun. And we're also being joined by Divya Kakran. She's a professional wrestler, and Pritam Rani Sivach, former captain of the Indian women's hockey team. दिव्या, मैं आपसे जानना चाहती हूँ, आप एक प्रोफेशनल रेसलर हैं, तो आप बहुतों से बेहतर समझते हैं विनेश के केस में क्या हुआ है। ये जो वेट कट की पूरी प्रक्रिया है, जो आप लोगों के लिए रूटीन है, क्योंकि ऐसे ही कॉम्पिटिशन्स में होता है इंटरनेशनली और नेशनली, जैसे विनेश के साथ हुआ है, लेकिन आम आदमी को ये पढ़ के बिल्कुल मतलब शॉक जैसा लगा है कि उनके बाल काटे गए थे, 1-2 किलो वजन घटाना एक रात में, ये बहुत रूटीन चीज़ें होती हैं। आप थोड़ा हमें समझाएंगे कि कितना मुश्किल है आप लोगों के लिए इस टाइप के कॉम्पिटिशन्स में पार्टिसिपेट करना, और ये वेट कैटेगरी का कितना स्ट्रेस रहता है?
देखिए कि वेट का तो हमारे उसमें बहुत ही ज्यादा मेन जो होता है वो सबसे पहले वेट ही होता है, क्योंकि अगर वेट नहीं आएगा तो हम बाउट नहीं लड़ सकते हैं। और ये तो 100 ग्राम वेट है। अभी टोक्यो में 57 केजी का जो लड़का था उसका 50 ग्राम वेट था, और टोक्यो में ही ओलंपिक्स हो रहे थे 2020 में, तो उसका भी वेट नहीं लिया था। अभी कल ही की बात बताते हैं कि अमन का 4.5 किलो वेट फालतू था, पर लेकिन पूरी रात उस लड़के ने सिर्फ 10 घंटे थे उसके पास, 10 घंटे में उसने 4.5 किलो वेट घटाया, और फिर कल उसने हमारी कुश्ती जगत को और हमारे देश को ब्रॉन्ज मेडल दिया। तो ये वेट का सभी के लिए सेम रूल है। देखो हुआ बहुत गलत है, क्योंकि इन्होंने जो हिम्मत करके दिखाई है ना, तो क्योंकि ये 53 में खेलते थे और 53 का क्वालिफाई हो चुका था, फिर ये 50 केजी में आए, तो कुश्ती में हमारे ये रूल। अभी मैंने कितनों के इंटरव्यू सुने हैं, कितने रील्स बना रहे हैं, कह रहे हैं कि 100 ग्राम वेट कुछ नहीं होता, ये सिर्फ राजनीति है, एक गिलास पानी पीने से भी 100 ग्राम वेट नहीं बढ़ता। उन्होंने ना 3 दिन से एक घूंट पानी नहीं पिया था, ये 1 गिलास पानी की बात कर रहे हैं। तो जिसको कुश्ती का या गेम का नहीं पता, उन्हें बोलने का कोई हक नहीं है, पर लेकिन इस चीज में राजनीति घुसाना या किसी को कुछ बोलना या एक आदमी को टॉयलेट करना, ये बहुत ही गलत बात है। तो उन्होंने जितना उनसे हुआ, जब हमें सुनने में आया कि उन्होंने बाल भी काटे अपने, ब्लड भी निकालने की कोशिश करी, और पूरी रात
मैं राजनीति और सही और गलत में पढ़ना ही नहीं चाहती हूँ। मैं सिर्फ दर्शकों को समझाना चाहती हूँ कि जो हम देखते हैं स्क्रीन पे, वो पर्दे के पीछे आप लोगों के लिए कितना मुश्किल होता है, और आपकी बॉडी को आपको फिजिकली कितना कुछ सहना पड़ता है ऐसे कॉम्पिटिशन्स में एंटर करने के लिए। जो हमें समझाया गया है, जो आपने भी समझाया है कि ये वेट पर ही सब कुछ बेस्ड होता है, वेट इज एवरीथिंग, राइट? मैं आपसे ये जानना चाहती हूँ कि आपने जैसे अभी बोला कि 3-4 दिन पानी नहीं पीना, रिगरसली पूरी रात एक्सरसाइज करना, वो स्वेट सूट्स पहन के अपना 2-4 किलो वजन घटाना। अगर हम मेन और विमेन की बात करें, आदमी और औरत की बात करें, तो क्या औरतों के लिए ज्यादा कठिन होता है?
हाँ जी, होता है, बिल्कुल होता है, क्योंकि विनेश दी का सिर्फ 2 किलो 700 ग्राम था, अमन का 4.5 किलो था। तो डिफरेंट होता है, क्योंकि वो मेहनत ज्यादा करते हैं, मेहनत हम भी बहुत ज्यादा करते हैं, पर लेकिन बॉडी में अंतर होता है। और विनेश दीदी का ऐसा नहीं है, या फिर लड़कियों का ऐसा नहीं है कि अंतर है नहीं घटा सकते, घटाते रात में 3 किलो 4 किलो घटा देते हैं, पर लेकिन पूरे हफ्ते उन्होंने पानी भी नहीं पिया था। तो जैसे अगला दिन मिला, मैं सबको यही बताना चाहती हूँ कि जैसे उनको पहले से पता था कि मेरा 6 तारीख को मेरा सुबह वेट है, और फिर मुझे कुश्ती लड़नी है। तो उससे पहले उनके पास 1 महीना था वजन घटाने के लिए, थोड़ा बहुत खाने के लिए। तो और जब लास्ट का हफ्ता आया 50 केजी लाना था, तो उन्होंने पूरी दिन रात मेहनत करी और 50 करके वो लेके आए। तो जिस दिन 6 तारीख को उनका 50 किलो वेट आया, पूरे दिन उन्होंने 3 बाउटें लड़ी हैं और थोड़ी थोड़ी रिकवरी भी करी, क्योंकि इतने दिन से नहीं खा रखा था, तो इसलिए एकदम से 3 किलो वेट बढ़ा उनका एक दिन के अंदर। पर लेकिन उस दिन फिर रात को उन्हें रेस्ट भी करना था, फिर रिकवरी भी, मतलब क्योंकि अगले दिन कुश्ती लड़नी है और वेट भी तोड़ना था, तो उनको बिल्कुल भी टाइम नहीं मिला, सिर्फ 7-8 घंटे मिले, उसमें उन्होंने 3 किलो वजन घटाया, इसलिए उनका वेट नहीं आया, वरना 50 के लिए
आप
KG
जो बातें हमें समझा रहे हैं, हम सोच भी नहीं सकते हैं कि 2-2 3-3 दिन खाना नहीं खाना, पानी नहीं पीना और फिर जाकर इस तरीके का परफॉर्मेंस देना, मतलब the sheer willpower of these women is something else. For the benefit of our viewers, I think what Divya has essentially explained is how grueling it is. She's talked about how whether it was Aman Aman Sherawat, who just won a bronze medal for India, he had to reduce around 4 kilos in a night. It was, as we know in Vinesh's case, of course, she had to bring down 2 kilos in a night, and she's essentially explaining that all of this is very routine. प्रीतम रानी, आपसे भी मैं पूछना चाहूँगी, स्वाति भी हमारे साथ हैं, आप दोनों से भी मैं ये पूछना चाहूँगी। प्रीतम, पहले आपसे, ऑफ कोर्स हम रेसलिंग, बॉक्सिंग, लिफ्टिंग में तो हमें पता है कि these are all weight dependent sports, so weight का सबसे ज़्यादा इसमें रोल होता है, बट इवन व्हेन इट कम्स टू अ स्पोर्ट लाइक हॉकी, आप कप्तान रह चुकी हैं, थोड़ा सा हमें समझाइए कि कितना ग्रूलिंग होता है, कितना मुश्किल होता है, आप लोगों की ट्रेनिंग कैसे होती है और क्या क्या बॉडीली सैक्रिफाइसेस आपको करने पड़ते हैं, थोड़ा सा हमें समझाइए हॉकी के बारे में।
देखो, जैसे दिव्या ने बताया, भाई इंडिविजुअल गेम का हमसे ज्यादा बेटर दिव्या जानती है या ये बोरा जानते हैं, आपको अच्छा एक्सप्लेन कर पाएंगी, लेकिन टीम गेम में भी ऐसा होता है, जैसे आप देखते हो लड़कियों के अंदर फैट बहुत जल्दी आ जाता है। मैं आपको ये बताना चाहूंगी, विमेन्स के अंदर जल्दी फैट आता है, तो लेडीज को अपना वेट घटाना बहुत मुश्किल होता है। मैं थोड़ा अपने बारे में बताऊंगी, क्योंकि मैं बेटा होने के बाद कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स खेली थी, जिसमें हमारा गोल्ड था 2002 में, तो मेरा वेट 74 kg आ गया था और मुझे 55 पे लेके आना था। लेकिन जैसे मैं रेसलिंग में देखती हूँ कि एक रात में 2 रात में 3-4 किलो घटा सकते हैं, तो इनके विल पावर ये बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग है जो कर सकती है, लेकिन हमारे हॉकी में ऐसा नहीं है, हमें बहुत समय लगता है वेट घटाना और बहुत डिफिकल्ट होता है, क्योंकि लेडीज और जेंट्स में फर्क होता है, जैसे और भी लेडीज प्रॉब्लम बहुत होती है इंटरनली। तो जैसे मैंने 16 किलो वेट किया, तो उसके लिए मेरे को भी 3 महीने मिले थे, लेकिन डाइट भी साथ में लेनी पड़ती थी, स्ट्रेंथ चाहिए थी भागने के लिए, खेलने के लिए।
ये मुझे समझ में नहीं आता है, आप थोड़ा और हमें बताइए, क्योंकि हमें जो बताया जाता है, हम तो बिल्कुल मतलब आम आदमी हैं, आप लोग तो लिटरली, आप लोगों की स्टोरी सुन के ऐसे लगता है दैट यू आर ऑल सुपर वुमेन, हम लोग बहुत आम आदमी हैं, अगर हम खाएं पिए नहीं तो हमारा तो दिमाग नहीं चलता है, हमारा दिन ही नहीं बीत पाता है। आप लोग तो मतलब कह रहे हैं कि आप लोग इतना वेट घटा के इतना इंटेंस स्पोर्ट कैसे खेल लेते हैं आप लोग?
ये कमिटमेंट होती है, एक खिलाड़ी जो होता है ना वो कर सकता है, एक आम आदमी नहीं कर सकता, ये मैंने नोट किया। जैसे स्पोर्ट्समैन होता है वो कर सकता है, उसको पता है उसको खेलना, उसको देश के लिए खेलना है, उसको कुछ करना है, तो वो अंदर से इतना स्ट्रोंग हो जाता है कि उसको अपना वेट लेके आना। मैंने आपको बताया, मैंने 15-16 किलो वेट कम करके ही इंडिया टीम में वापसी की थी बेटा होने के बाद, और कॉमनवेल्थ में गोल्ड लिया था। इसमें हमने डाइट का और फैट की चीजें नहीं खानी, बहुत चीजें होती है, मन मारना पड़ता है, समझ गई नो, दिल तो बहुत करता है लेकिन अपने मन को मारना पड़ता है कि नहीं हमें नहीं खाना। तो इस टाइप से जो है अपने अंदर से।
आप बहुत देर से बहुत इंटेंटली सुन रहे हो और स्माइल भी कर रहे हो बहुत सारी चीज़ों को सुन के। आपसे मैं पूछना चाहूँगी, आप बॉक्सर हो, अगेन दिस इज ऑल्सो वन ऑफ दोज कॉम्बैट स्पोर्ट्स। इन बॉक्सिंग वेट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, इट्स ऑल्सो कैटेगराइज्ड अकॉर्डिंग टू वेट। विनेश की कहानी सुन के, विनेश की कहानी बाहर आई है, बट ये एक्चुअली सब एथलीट्स की कहानी होती है, सब प्रोफेशनल्स की कहानी होती है, आप कोई भी स्पोर्ट खेलो। हमें जो लगता था कि इतना टीवी पे देखते हैं, इतना आसान लगता है, हमें पता है बहुत ट्रेनिंग होती है, हम फिल्मों में भी देखते हैं, हम लोगों को आपकी स्टोरीज भी पता हैं, लेकिन इस लेवल के बॉडी को इन अ सर्टेन सेंस सैक्रिफाइस करना, क्या ये हेल्दी होता है और क्या लॉन्ग टर्म में इसके एडवर्स इम्पैक्ट्स भी होते हैं जिनके बारे में शायद हमें चर्चा करनी चाहिए? आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
देखिए, बिल्कुल अगर लॉन्ग टाइम तक हम ये चीजें करते हैं तो हेल्दी तो नहीं होता है, लेकिन जब हमारे देश की बात आती है तो हम अपनी जान के बारे में भी नहीं सोचते हैं जब हमारे देश की बात आती है। क्योंकि मुझे याद है कि जब मैंने शुरू में गेम्स, जब हमारे अंदर इतना जुनून हो जाता है कि बस हमें वो करके दिखाना है, ठीक कुछ भी हो, अगर उस लेवल तक जब जुनून चढ़ जाता तो इंसान अपनी जो जान के बारे में भी नहीं सोचता है। क्योंकि मैंने खुद, मेरे साथ हुआ कि मैंने 3 महीने तक मैंने कुछ नहीं खाया था, सिर्फ 3 महीने मुझे वेट कम करना था। क्योंकि जब मैंने गेम स्टार्ट किया था, मुझे नेशनल खेलना था, और नेशनल के टाइम मेरे साथ क्या हुआ कि जो मेरी एज ग्रुप था उसमें इतना वेट, बड़ा वेट नहीं था, तो मुझे अंडर 60 खेलना था, जबकि मेरा 63 वेट था। तो मैं स्टेट तो मैं उसमें खेल चुकी थी, लेकिन मैंने एक ही दिन घर जाकर खाना खा लिया वो 3 महीने की डाइट में, और वो 3 केजी वेट कम करना मेरे लिए कितना मुश्किल हो गया था मुझे ही पता। 3 महीने तक मैंने कुछ नहीं खाया, मैं सिर्फ नींबू पानी, इसमें सिर्फ नींबू होता था, ना ही नमक होता था, ना ही चीनी होती थी, सिर्फ नींबू पानी पीती थी मैं। और जैसे सुबह मॉर्निंग के टाइम प्रैक्टिस करके सिर्फ दाल की 2 चम्मच खाती थी मैं। और तो हमारी टाइम की कितना मुश्किल होता है, और मेरे साथ जो हुआ था मैं इसको बहुत अच्छे से समझ सकती हूँ।
लेकिन क्या इन सब चीज़ों से, ये आप लोगों की सारी बातें सुन के सवाल यही उठता है कि क्या ये हेल्दी है? क्या इन सब रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशंस जो कितने टाइम से चल के आ रहे हैं, क्या इन्हें किसी दूसरे नज़रिए से भी देखना है? आई थिंक ये मेरा सवाल है। I'll quickly bring in Shagun back into the conversation as well. Shagun, as somebody who's been a professional sports person for so long, I'm not asking you this question personally, but just listening to what all of you have said, this does raise questions on whether this is healthy, whether it is sustainable. Do we need to have rules that are perhaps geared to be a little more kind to women's bodies, or is this just how it works and we are just learning of some of these intricacies and revelations about different types of sport? I mean, what is your opinion on it? Can anything actually be done to make it less taxing, or is this just the nature of the beast?
Unfortunately, Rishika, you put it right. It's pretty much the nature of the beast. Because whether we're hearing everybody, the way the women's anatomy is built, we are not, men tend to lose weight much faster and easier than we do, because lean muscle or whatever you might call it. In shooting, we come in all shapes and sizes, so weight is not something that we have to kind of struggle with as long as we are fit. But listening to what happens on I remember when for the Asian Games in Incheon, a couple of the boxers had gone for a bout, and at night, around 12, 1 o'clock at night, when we looked out of our balcony, they were actually running around with, layered up at least 5 times just to trying to sweat out and bring their body weight to a certain, which, I mean, it is taxing for sure, but I guess it's been going on for so many years that till the time, medically or somebody...
Yeah, but I just want to ask you this very briefly before I bring Dr. Samuel back into the conversation. Does this then put questions on how long you can continue? मैं बाकियों के लिए भी ये सवाल एक बार हिंदी में पूछे। मेरा सवाल बड़ा सिंपल है कि क्या फिर ऐसा लगता है कि ये स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन की लाइफ बहुत शॉर्ट लिव्ड होती है, क्योंकि ऐसे एक्सट्रीम मेजर्स आप बहुत टाइम तक नहीं कर पाएंगे, ये सस्टेनेबल नहीं है। मतलब कि आप कितने भी सुपर वुमेन हो, बट ज़्यादा ड्यूरेशन के लिए इतने एक्सट्रीम मेजर्स नहीं सस्टेन कर पाएंगे। सो डज दैट मेक इट वेरी शॉर्ट टर्म देन, Shagun?
It seems like it, because I mean, when I'm hearing that you can't eat for about 3-4 days and you haven't had a drop of water, then how do you go with all guns blazing into the bout with all your energy and all your mental faculties in place in order to deal with that?
Yes.
I mean, us, it's unheard of, because we have enough carbohydrates, we have enough hydration,
It's very
we have
different
enough
when it comes to shooting.
when
Yes.
it comes to shooting or any other sport. It's tennis or any other sport.
Absolutely.
So boxing and the wrestling is something that where the weight has to be in check, but the means of how the weight is being in check is questionable, because I think that is something that we need
that's my larger question. Dr. Samuel, if I can bring you in, मैं Dr. Samuel से actually यही पूछना चाहती हूँ कि क्या ये प्रक्रिया थोड़ी different हो सकती है, क्या ये change हो सकती है कि ये ऐसी ही चलती रहेगी और ऐसी ही चलती आई है? Dr. Samuel, my question to you is, on the basis of some of the personal accounts that we've heard of some of India's top athletes, wrestlers, boxers who've joined us on the show. A lot of them spoke in Hindi, so I don't know if you could follow most of the conversation. But essentially what Vinesh's story is common practice. This is something that happens across the board. You've been dealing with young and old athletes for the last decade. Explain to us, does this make extreme sport or combat sport or a lot of these elite sports, does it make it very short term? Because clearly these measures over a period of time will do more harm than good to a woman's body.
Yeah, so first thing that we need to understand is, of course, like everyone said, the women's body is very different to the men's, right? So what we know also, there's different hormones which are taking place throughout the different time periods of the month, which also means that it's more difficult to lose weight than men. So when the females are going through these extreme weight cutting strategies, not only does it have this effect on the human body, but it also has this effect on physical aspects and mental aspects as well. So both the short-term and the long-term implications of actually doing extreme weight cutting is not good. So for example, we know that metabolism of the body changes. So that means that in essence, if we have a fast metabolism when we're younger and we can lose weight quite easily, the more we're doing weight cutting, the more difficult it becomes to actually lose weight. So what then happens is people have to take more extreme measures. So they go to the sauna for longer, they have to exercise for longer to burn the calories because the body is not actually able to burn the calories as quickly as before. So in essence, it increases injury risk. It also increases or decreases, we can say, that mental state aspect. So even decision making, mood states vary a lot when people are weight cutting. So there's lots of negative implications which are associated. And
is there anything that can be done at a policy level to negate some of these negative effects of weight cutting or any extreme form of training or practice in order to be able to gear up for combat sports specifically?
Yes, so I think one of the major issues, especially with female athletes, is a lot of research which has actually been conducted is only very recent. So we're still learning about that female body.
Right.
So that means that it's only recently that we're getting an understanding when it comes to the implications of extreme weight cutting and weight loss on female individuals. So of course there needs to be something which is done. I've seen firsthand a lot of the female athletes also missing periods as a result of overtraining, cutting weight, etc., which has long-term implications if they want to become a mother, for example. So again,
if it impacts your menstrual system, then it does impact your chances of becoming pregnant and having children as well. We have to wrap up at the moment. Any final thoughts? I'd maybe like to give this to Divya Kakran because she is a wrestler and we're talking about this because of wrestling. Divya, आखिरी आपसे आप कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे इस पूरी प्रक्रिया के बारे में? लाइक आई सेड, हमारे लिए तो आप लोग सुपर वुमेन हैं. जब हम आपकी स्टोरी सुनते हैं तो हमें ऐसे लगता है कि आप लोगों की बॉडीज कुछ और बनी है. लेकिन क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप एंड में? क्या आपने सुना है या आपके साथ पर्सनली भी हुआ है कुछ लॉन्ग टर्म इफेक्ट्स इतनी डिफिकल्ट ट्रेनिंग की वजह से?
देखिए, जैसे कि अभी स्वीटी दीदी ने बताया कि जब हमारे साथ ये होता है तो उस टाइम पे कोई और तो महसूस भी नहीं कर सकता कि जितनी जो हम पे बीती है उस टाइम पे हम सोचते किस लिए कर रहे हैं, हम क्यों कर रहे हैं. मरने बराबर हालत होती है वजन घटाते समय, और हम ये सोचते क्यों कर रहे हैं, किसके लिए कर रहे हैं. बस एक ही सवाल आता है कि अपने देश के लिए कर रहे हैं. 2018 में सेम मेरे साथ ऐसे ही हुआ था कि मेरा 68 kg वेट में खेलती थी, अभी मैं 76 में चली गई क्योंकि वेट नहीं आता था मेरा. तो 68 kg मुझे वेट लाना था और मेरा 400 ग्राम पे अटक रहा था. पर लेकिन मैं पूरा वेट लेके आई, मैं पूरी रात मतलब 2 प्रैक्टिस करी मैंने. 1.5 किलो था सुबह, तो घटाते सिर्फ मेरा 400 ग्राम रह गया, तो वो भी मैं लेके आ गई. 6800 था, पर लेकिन मैंने एक घूंट पानी पी लिया तो वो एकदम 100 ग्राम 150 ग्राम बढ़ जाता. तो पूरी रात
ये आपने जो समझाया है, जो स्वीटी ने हमें समझाया, आई थिंक ये बहुत ज़रूरी है. एंड इन दी एंड मैं सिर्फ एक चीज़ कहना चाहूँगी टू एनीबडी हु इज़ वाचिंग दिस ब्रॉडकास्ट, हम ये एक्सट्रीम मेजर्स की बात इसीलिए कर रहे हैं बिकॉज वी ओनली वांट टू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट इट इज़.
मैं एक बात बोलना चाहूँगी रितिका जी.
मेरा टाइम बिल्कुल ख़त्म है, मैं आपको 10 सेकेंड दूंगी प्लीज़.
जी, इससे सिर्फ ये नहीं कि बहुत बॉडी में काफी चेंजेस होते हैं जिससे हमारे हार्मोनल चेंज हो जाते हैं, बहुत बाद में प्रॉब्लम्स आती है, पीरियड्स वगैरह में भी बहुत प्रॉब्लम आती है, हम बहुत बार पीरियड मिस कर देते हैं. और बॉडी में जब हार्मोनल चेंज होते हैं उसका बहुत टाइम बाद रिकवरी होती है, तो बहुत ज्यादा इफेक्ट पड़ता है वेट कटिंग का भी हमारे ऊपर. और भी बहुत अगर
आई थिंक मैं एंड में सिर्फ एक चीज बोलना चाहूंगी, सॉरी आई हैड टू इंटरप्ट यू, कि for those who are watching this broadcast, it's very important to know that all our athletes, all our sportswomen, they all work with professionals like Dr. Samuel. So there is some kind of method to this madness. Do not try any extreme weight cutting measures at home, please. This is the only disclaimer I'd like to give. For all of you who've joined us and shared your stories, thank you very much. Like I said, we salute you. You're nothing short of super women. We're of course hoping and praying that Vinesh does strike that silver. We'll watch that story very closely. That's all the time we have on We the People. Thanks for watching.
This Independence Day, watch Jai Jawan with me, John Abraham, only on NDTV. Jai Jawan! Jai Jawan!
ये जोश पे चलते हैं हमारे जवान यहाँ पर, अदरवाइज ऐसी जगहों पे जीवन ही बहुत मुश्किल है।
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the news. I'm Gargi Rawat. Stay with us for all the news of the day, all the top stories. Doctor protest will continue and the Calcutta High Court had some stinging remarks. More on that. First, a look at the headlines. The Calcutta High Court hands over the rape and murder case of the junior doctor to the CBI. In stinging comments, says serious lapses in how the case was handled. Says the administration was not with the victim or her family. Protesting doctors say they will continue with the strike. A horrific video from Rajasthan shows a woman bound up being dragged behind a motorcycle as she screams for help, but no help is forthcoming. The husband who was punishing her is finally arrested. The cops are now investigating if it was a case of bride trafficking as well.
finally, the Court of Arbitration for Sport verdict is expected tonight in the case of wrestler Vinesh Fogart after her disqualification at the Paris Olympics. Will she get a shared silver? Earlier, the hockey team and wrestler Aman Sehrawat returned to a big welcome home. Top lawyer Harish Salve rubbishes the latest Hindenburg report against the SEBI chief, says Hindenburg a crooked, discredited organization, says the second report an attempt to browbeat SEBI that was investigating them. Bangladesh's interim leader Muhammad Yunus visits a temple. This comes amidst the outrage over attacks on minorities in the country ever since Sheikh Hasina resigned and left. Muhammad Yunus calls for unity, says we are all brothers. Our top story now. The Calcutta High Court today ordered a CBI probe into the brutal rape and killing of a postgraduate trainee doctor at Kolkata's RG Kar Medical College Hospital. In stinging comments, the High Court questioned the authorities as to why a murder case was not registered at the outset, said there were serious lapses and even suggested evidence could have been tampered. This as doctors continue to protest in different hospitals across the country demanding justice and safety for doctors. In fact, they have said they will continue with their strike. Non-essential services at several government hospitals remain impacted for another day. Health Minister JP Nadda met a delegation of doctors and said the centre will take all steps necessary in this case.
बहुत से डेलीगेशंस डॉक्टर्स एसोसिएशंस हमारे से मिली हैं पिछले 2 दिन। मैंने सभी को आश्वासन दिया है कि केंद्र सरकार कोई भी इस घटना के साथ जुड़ा हुआ या जो डॉक्टरों पर जिस तरीके से अटैक हो रहे हैं उस पर जो उन्होंने चिंता व्यक्त की है, मैं भी चिंता व्यक्त करता हूं और मंत्रालय भी इस पर चिंतित है। ज़रूर मैं कोई इसका रेमेडी, इसका निवारण करूंगा और उसको करने के लिए जो भी आवश्यक कदम होगा वो सरकार उठाएगी, वो मंत्रालय उठाएगी, इस बात का विश्वास है।
घटना कोलकाता हो या कहीं भी हो, ये देश का एक बहुत दुखद घटना है और सब चाहते हैं कि कार्रवाई, बहुत सख्त कार्रवाई होना चाहिए। और ये कोलकाता में जो घटना हुई है उसमें मेडिकल फ्रेटर्निटी ही क्यों प्रोटेस्ट? ये तो एक इंसान होने के नाते सबको दर्द हो रहा है ना, ये तो सबको आक्रोश होना, ये तो एक नेचुरल है। ये तो इतना गंभीर बात है ये कि मेडिकल कैंपस में ही अगर डॉक्टर का ये हाल होता है तो फिर ये तो बहुत चिंता का बात है।
Main first demand is that all the hospitals across the country should be declared as safe zones. A safe zone will be entitled to certain security measures. Especially this is important because the medical profession, more and more lady doctors, the proportion of the lady doctors is now around 60% of the doctor population. So the security aspect is very important. Then we also ask for the oft-repeated central law on violence on doctors. We are basically going to study the issue of what are the gaps, why such a thing happen, and we will certainly be talking to the Chief Minister of West Bengal.
Sir, lastly, do you also welcome the High Court decision that the CBI investigation will take place now? The entire case has been handed over to the Central Bureau of Investigation.
Yeah, we certainly welcome that. That's a confidence-boosting step by the High Court.
The High Court today noted the serious lapses in the hospital administration's response after the doctor was found dead in its seminar hall on Friday morning, her clothes in disarray and injuries all over her body. The victim's parents, the court said, want the investigation by an independent body, therefore handed over to the CBI. They also said that the authorities were not on their side. The CBI will investigate to preserve confidence of ordinary citizens, is what the Chief Justice said. The court also questioned the government's staring hurry to reinstate RG Car principal Sandeep Ghosh after he quit. Remember, he quit as principal of the college, but he was reinstated in another capacity. So the High Court also pulling up the administration over this and questioning the West Bengal government over this reinstatement of the of the principal after he resigned. This was one of the demands made by the protesting doctors. A shocker now from Rajasthan, where a woman, legs bound, was tied to a motorcycle and dragged screaming for help across rubble and rocky ground for several seconds by her husband in Rajasthan's Nagaur district. While the incident took place a month ago in Rajasthan, the video of this shocking act went viral, leading to the man's arrest. Now, the reason for the horrific act was that the woman wanted to visit her sister. Also, what was very shocking is no one came to help, even though she continued to scream. People even taking a video of this horrific act. The police are now investigating if there was any bride trafficking angle as well, something that is somewhat common in some districts of Rajasthan. In other news, the wait to find out whether wrestler Vinesh Fogart will get that joint silver medal will end tonight. The Court of Arbitration for Sports verdict in the case is expected at around 9:30 tonight. Now, Vinesh was disqualified from the 50-kilo freestyle wrestling gold medal match at the Paris Olympics for being just 100 grams overweight, and this had led to a lot of heartbreak in the country. Also earlier today, the Indian hockey team received a warm welcome at the Delhi airport as they returned from Paris, and people gathered in huge numbers to get a glimpse of the bronze medalist. Indian wrestler Aman Sehrawat also returned. He too had won a bronze. Well, let's now go across to Osama, who joins us from Charki Dadri, where Vinesh belongs to, where her family is waiting. I can imagine, I'm feeling anxious, Osama. I can just imagine what the family is feeling right now. But whatever the decision may be, they're going to, support her all the way. It was very, very heartbreaking to see how she could not, participate in that final match, and now the verdict tonight.
Yes, absolutely, Gargi, and in fact, that is the entire sentiment here as well in her village, and everyone's been sitting here in anticipation, waiting for that decision by the Court of Arbitration of Sports. That decision is going to come out in just a short while from now, but from what we can tell you here in her village, the mood is currently very somber. Everyone is sitting, waiting in anticipation. Remember, the Court of Arbitration of Sports, it heard two pleas from Vinesh Fogart. Firstly, the first one was that she may be allowed to participate in the final, which the CAS, the Court of Arbitration of Sports, outrightly said no to. They said this is not something that they are going to entertain. But the second part of her appeal, which basically sought a silver medal for reaching the finals, is something that is being considered at the moment. Now, whether she is going to get that silver medal or not is we'll have to wait and watch for that. But we have been hearing from her counsels and in fact people who have been representing the Indian Olympic Association in her behalf, and everyone has been saying that CAS as an institution, it is known in fact that a lot of times these decisions do not go in favor of the athletes, and this is what the families also are looking at. In fact, I'm currently here in the Balali village where she belongs from, and in fact I'm standing right outside the Vivekananda Memorial Public School. This is where the legendary Mahavir Fogart, Vinesh's uncle, the Dronacharya awardee, he belongs to, and he runs this wrestling foundation, this institution. And he in fact was speaking to us just a short while ago, and he says that this is not just his sentiment, but in fact the sentiment of his entire village as well as the entire nation, that Vinesh Fogart should get a silver medal. He in fact also spoke about the rules that the United World Wrestling, the governing body of the wrestling, employs, and he said that the rules are correct. These rules are meant to make sure that the wrestler or the athlete who are participating, it is for their welfare and to make sure that they remain healthy and are able to compete in those disciplines. And he in fact also mentioned that irrespective of whether she wins a silver medal, whether the decision comes in her favor or not, he is still going to celebrate it as somebody who has won a gold medal. And that is the most important part, because what she has achieved in this edition of the Summer Games, it is something that has really shook the entire nation. Her performance, her beating the Olympic champion, then going on to beat the European champion, and then in the semi-final beating the Pan-American champion. It is something that not a lot of wrestlers are able to do. And in fact, remember, she has been coming from a very difficult time. In the last 1 year, she has been battling injuries. She participated in the nationals to make sure that she competes and earns a place in the Summer Olympics at the Paris Olympics. And after all of that, after all of her hard work, reaching the finals and not able to participate in the final for that elusive gold medal is something that is obviously going to hurt her. But at the same time, everyone's hoping that this decision, the CAS decision, comes in her favor. Let's also listen to what her uncle, Mahavir Fogart, had to say. जो रूल बना हुआ है, जो यूनाइटेड वर्ल्ड रेसलिंग जो गवर्निंग बॉडी है, उसका जो रूल है वो सही है, वो एथलीट के लिए भी सही है, ये आप ऐसा कह रहे हैं?
हाँ, बिल्कुल ये सही है। जो एथलीट क्यों जो ज़्यादा वजन घटा लेते हैं, जो खून निकलवाते हैं, आज हमारे जो विनेश है उसने काफ़ी जो करी, कोच जी ने पूरी मेहनत की, डॉक्टरों ने पूरे उसके बाल भी कटवाए, नाखून कटवाए, लेकिन उसके वहाँ रुक गया। जो वज़न कत्ती घटा नहीं है, कोई पसीना नहीं आया ने, कत्ती जो वज़न काफ़ी मेहनत करी, 5-7 घंटे मेहनत भी करी है, लेकिन वज़न नहीं आया, तो इसका कारण जो है डिस्क्वालीफाई कर दी। अपने 140 करोड़ भारतवासी उसका गोल्ड मेडल मान चुके हैं, और हम जो उसका वही स्वागत करेंगे। एक गोल्ड मेडल का होता है, उसको मिला नहीं गोल्ड मेडल, लेकिन सबको, हर एक भारतीय को, हर वर्ल्ड में जो रेसलर से कुश्ती से जुड़े हुए हैं, सबको पता है भी विनेश का जो है गोल्ड मेडल था, और वो इस वजन का डरेगी। चाहे आप किसी देश के रेसलर से पूछ लेना, तो इससे जो है हमें आत्मा से सबको गोल्ड मेडल है, था उसका, और हम उसकी उसका जो स्वागत करेंगे, इतना जो है सहानुभूति बढ़ाएंगे। जो उसका जो एक गोल्ड मेडल की जो होता है, वही उसको सम्मान देंगे।
महावीर जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए. So that was Vinesh Fogart's uncle, Mahavir Fogart, who very clearly says that considering her performance at the Olympics, she does deserve a medal, a silver medal at least, and that the entire village, the entire country has already decided that she is a winner. She is in fact going to get the reception that a gold medal winner gets, and that is what the villagers also decided. With camera person Sheikh Momin, this is Usama Shab for NDTV.
All right, Vinesh Fogart, definitely a champion, whether she gets that medal or not. Eminent legal expert and senior advocate Harish Salve issued a warning about organizations like US short seller Hindenburg Research, saying if not checked, they will question the country's judiciary one day. Hindenburg, he said, is discredited even in the US, but here we are giving it credibility. This after the second report that Hindenburg recently released, where they questioned the SEBI chief. Now this, as the Congress party has announced an all India protest demanding the resignation of SEBI chief after that second report was released.
It's almost as if after the first report also, in this case, Hindenburg is cocking a snook, by first putting out a very cryptic tweet, as if one of the biggest expose in the world is being made by this short seller who's obviously claimed that it's his business to make money through such activities. Something big in India soon. I wonder why such things are not done in the United States itself or in other advanced jurisdictions. Of course, in this case, Mr. Salve, Mr. Gautam Adani's reputation is targeted. Now, there's a lady at the helm of affairs of SEBI whose reputation is targeted. Do you think that other than the institutional response, these individuals whose reputation is supposed to be targeted, now whether it suffers, whether in the public eye or whether you know, the public also sees through these attempts is a different question. But the fact of the matter is that an attempt is being made. Do you think that these individuals themselves must take exemplary action and ensure that such, at the end of the day, targeted character assassination bids stop?
Please understand the grave risk we are running here today. Why have they targeted the SEBI chair? They have targeted the SEBI chair saying next time when we attack somebody in India, SEBI, you dare not go against us, otherwise we will pull you down. So the attempt is to target the independence.
Attempt is to browbeat. The attempt is to browbeat.
And this is browbeating, and you take it from me, these people will not even spare judges because they don't care. They are not in the Indian jurisdiction. So it's like sending a message saying, look, if you tangle with us, if you engage with us, if you challenge us, we will throw mud on you also. And you know, India is such a lovely country. Anybody who throws muck on somebody is celebrated, and the poor person, however innocent he is damned. And then we immediately start hearing cries for JPC report and so much resign, etc. Without even, see, we are not loyal to ourselves. We are not loyal to Indians. We would rather go by what a two-bit dishonest American organization is saying and pull down in one of India's largest industrial groups and a senior regulator. It takes 30 seconds for people to jump onto the bandwagon and attack. We are disloyal to ourselves.
Well, that's a very strong point you make, Mr. Salve. And you know,
it is. I'm sorry, it is. Would this ever happen in America? Would this ever happen in the United Kingdom? You try writing an article about somebody in the United Kingdom, they will come together to fight you. They may investigate, but if you try casting aspersions like this, try saying something about the UK regulator in an article in India, they will all come together to attack you. Try saying this about the Justice Department in the US, they will all come together to attack you. Whatever they may do inside. We are Indians. We will sort out our own regulators in our own way. But if a foreigner attacks our regulator, we must all unite to tell them, you shut up. How dare you? Instead of saying, oh my God, the oracle has spoken, let's pull our institutions down.
And you make a strong observation about Hindenburg also, that two-bit short seller. The fact of the matter is that people should not forget that this short seller is under investigation by multiple competent authorities in India and in some other jurisdictions outside India also. But
see what is going on here. You know, we Indians need to do some soul searching. A crooked organization, and I'm using very language of studied moderation, a crooked organization like Hindenburg, which has zero credibility in its home country, writes nonsense about your senior regulator. What do? Whatever you may do in-house, you may look at their allegations, you may later on take action against your regulator, do whatever. But the first reaction has to be, we reject this report, this is a piece of trash, and Hindenburg, please go and sort out your own affairs in your own country before you write about us. That is a loyal response. I'm not saying you ignore allegations, but there are ways of responding to the Hindenburgs of the world, and this is not the way to do it. We are giving credibility to Hindenburg in India by responding to the allegations and saying, oh, Hindenburg has said this, the oracle has spoken. This has to be gospel. Our SEBI chief is a liar. Hindenburg is the only truthful voice in the world. SEBI chief, step aside.
In some shocking news today, the Dera Sacha Sauda chief and rape convict Gurmeet Ram Rahim Singh was granted a 21-day furlough and he left jail for the 10th time in the last 4 years. He's been granted the temporary release days after the Punjab and Haryana High Court disposed of the Shiromani Gurdwara Prabandhak Committee's petition against his temporary release. The High Court on August 9th had observed that a plea for temporary release by the Dera chief should be considered by the competent authority without any arbitrariness or favoritism. And after that decision by the court, he was soon released. His release comes just ahead of Haryana elections and the UP bypolls. Gurmeet Ram Rahim is serving a 20-year sentence for raping 2 of his disciples and is lodged in the Sonaria jail in Haryana's Rohtak district. Ilish or Hilsa fish dishes are a delicacy in eastern India and its demand goes up many folds ahead of Durga Puja in Bengal. The bulk of the supply comes from imports from Bangladesh, famous across the world for the quality and taste of the Hilsa from River Padma. But with Bangladesh in turmoil, fish imports and largely that of Hilsa have been badly hit. Prices in the Indian markets have gone up within a week. Ratnadeep Chaudhary reports.
The popular fish markets of Kolkata are missing the bestseller, the Ilish or Hilsa from the Padma River of Bangladesh. Yet another fallout of the turmoil in Bangladesh.
বাংলাদেশে আসছে অল্প আসছে ও সব চড়াই পথে যা আসছে দাম বেশি 1 কিলো সাইজ 1800 টাকা 1900 টাকা কম বিক্রিও কম আছে সেল কম আছে আছে
Hilsa is the national fish of Bangladesh and is a hot favorite across the border in West Bengal and the northeastern part of India. Former Bangladeshi Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina had facilitated the annual export of Hilsa to India from August to October every year as part of her famous Hilsa diplomacy. Even though exports to other countries were stopped since 2012, it was allowed to be sold to India. After the crisis in Bangladesh, the supply to Tripura, a key buyer of the Padma Hilsa, has come to a grinding halt.
আমাদের মাছ আগের তুলনায় একটু আমদানিটা কম কারণ হলো বাংলাদেশে তো গন্ডগোল চলছে সেই কারণে মাছটা আমদানি কম সেই কারণে দামটা তো বেশি কিছু করার নাই এক পাশাপাশি দেশ তো গন্ডগোল থাকলে তো দাম একটু হতে পারে আমি আজকে ইলিশ মাছ কিনলাম 1600 টাকা কেজি হিসাবে অন্যদিন হয়তো 1500 টাকা পেতাম যদি ওই পড়োশী দেশ বাংলাদেশে যদি গন্ডগোলটা না থাকতো সাফিসিয়েন্ট যদি মাছ আসতো তাইলে হয়তো ওনারা 1400 টাকা করে বিক্রি করতে পারতেন তো ওনাদের কেনা বেশি হলে ওনারা একটু বেশিই নেন উপায় নেই আর অন্যান্য মাছগুলো একটু বেশি দাম কারণ কি ওই বাংলাদেশ থেকে মাছ আসছে না
In eastern India, the Hilsa is part of market economics and popular cuisine. If imports does not restart soon, the Hilsa might be replaced and its fans disappointed. With Aniruddha Tripathi in Kolkata, in Guwahati, Ratnadeep Chaudhary for NDTV.
Bangladesh's interim government's chief advisor Muhammad Yunus today visited a Hindu temple amid attacks on the community in the neighboring country. Now, ever since Sheikh Hasina resigned and left, now he made an appeal for unity and said that rights are equal for everyone. Please assist us, he said, exercise patience and later judge us we are not on what we are able to do and not if we fail then criticize us.
যে এমন বাংলাদেশ আমরা করতে চাচ্ছি যেটা আমরা এক পরিবার এটি হলো মূল জিনিস আপনারা বলেন যে আমরা মানুষ আমি বাংলাদেশের মানুষ আমার সাংবিধানিক অধিকারে আমাকে দিতে হবে সব সরকারের কাছে এটাই যাবেন আর কিছু দেয় না
And finally, as Independence Day inches closer, people from various parts of the country are carrying out Tiranga rallies in their respective places as a tribute to the country and freedom fighters. Home Minister Amit Shah and the Gujarat Chief Minister attended such a rally in Ahmedabad, while a massive one took place in Jammu and Kashmir's Riyasi on the world's highest railway bridge on the Chenab River. And with that, it's a wrap from me. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.
This Independence Day, watch Jai Jawan with me, John Abraham, only on NDTV. Jai Jawan!
ये जोश पे चलते हैं हमारे जवान यहाँ पर अदरवाइज ऐसी जगहों पे जीवन ही बहुत मुश्किल है
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
This Independence Day, watch Jai Jawan with me, John Abraham, only on NDTV. Jai Jawan!
ये जोश पे चलते हैं हमारे जवान यहाँ पर, अदरवाइज ऐसी जगहों पे जीवन ही बहुत मुश्किल है।
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections.
The security
resources that have to be there in the premises are not there. The adequate amount, the optimum amount, they are not there.
I deal with all sorts of patients. I feel threatened every moment. I feel threatened on every night duty. I'm literally scared to go to work from that moment. From the moment I heard the incident, I'm scared to do my night duties. So I can never feel safe again.
Each and every workplace, we should feel safe at least first, and then we'll can we give good care to the patients.
Being a female, थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा डर लगता है. नाइट ड्यूटीज़ में स्पेशली थोड़ा और ज़्यादा डर होता है. मॉर्निंग में काफ़ी सारे लोग होते हैं हमारे साथ.
और मैं जनता से बस ये पूछना चाहती हूँ कि क्या आप उस अस्पताल में इलाज कराना चाहते हैं जहाँ आपकी ड्यूटी डॉक्टर के साथ रेप और मर्डर होता है, तो क्या आप वहाँ पे सेफ हैं? क्या आप सेफली वहाँ पे अपने मरीजों का इलाज कराने ले जा पाएंगे?
अभी देखिए, गार्ड्स और बाउंसर्स एम्प्लॉयड तो खैर है, लेकिन कभी कभी जब हम लोगों को रात में जाना पड़ता है कॉल्स देखने इमरजेंसी से, वो रास्ते पूरे खाली होते हैं. उस समय अगर कुछ हो गया तो कौन आंसरेबल है?
Good evening and welcome. You're watching The Last Word. I'm Rishika Barua. The chilling rape and murder of a 31-year-old doctor in Kolkata's government hospital has stunned the nation. The Kolkata High Court has now ordered the probe to be transferred to the CBI, questioning the hospital administration for its lackadaisical attitude. The court has noted serious lapses in the hospital's administration response, as well as, of course, the way they've handled this entire case. Remember, there was a bloodied, disrobed body that was found in the seminar hall of this hospital, and yet they took no action. The fact that a woman doctor is not safe even in the premises of a hospital, her place of work, this has raised larger questions on women's safety at the workplace. But whether it is the hospital or even at home, the question that we're really asking tonight is, are women today safe anywhere? Look at this horrific video that has emerged from Rajasthan. A woman was tied to a motorcycle and dragged. The video was shot a month ago. It's just gone viral now. The video essentially shows this woman screaming for help, and bystanders who are documented in this very video who are just looking on. This horrific video underlines the violence that Indian women are facing on a daily basis, whether it is on the streets or within the comfort of their own homes. This man is believed to be her husband. But there are also reports that suggest that this could be the case of a bride who was bought, a bride who was purchased by this man at an approximate cost of 2 lakh rupees. This man is 40 years old, sources have indicated. Now, if you look at Rajasthan's sex ratio, it's well below the national average. And the Nagaur district, where this entire incident has taken place, is notorious for women being bought and sold at a price. Women purchased in this manner suffer the worst sort of physical, mental and sexual abuse from their so-called husbands or other men in the village. What these two stories, whether it's the story of a woman doctor in Kolkata who was raped and murdered in the most brutal fashion, or it is the story that has played out on that rocky road in Nagaur, both of these stories have essentially once again put the focus back on women's safety and prompted us to ask the question, are women safe anywhere? Joining me on the show this evening, Kavita Srivastav, she's a women's rights activist, Flavia Agnes, a women's rights lawyer, Dr. Sakshi, who's a resident doctor, one of those doctors who's out on the streets and protesting. We're also being joined by Tausif Rahman, spokesperson of the TMC, and Radhika Khera, spokesperson of the BJP. Thank you all very much for being with us on the show this evening. Kavita Srivastav, we were speaking with you earlier as well on NDTV as we've been covering these stories through the course of the day. And I want to just bring you in very quickly on both of these stories actually, because, you know, we're reporting on two parallel stories that come, you know, one from the heart of urban Kolkata, a metropolitan city where a woman doctor is raped inside her workplace, and one story comes from Nagaur district where this woman is dragged on the motorcycle, you know, by her own husband. And the reason these two stories are so stark and so shocking, and that's why we're talking about them tonight, is because they've put the focus back on where exactly are women safe.
Yeah, I fully agree with you that both these stories, you know, one shows
the kind of domestic violence, which is literally, you don't do that to a beast also,
Yes.
and the way the husband treating the woman, I mean, it's very, very, very serious. And the other is about this young doctor. Now, in the case of the Kolkata, rape and murder, and really brutally, the body was also, literally brutalized after the murder. They found glass in the eyes, etc. So I think in that particular case, the first question that I want to take is that we've had from 1997 and then 2013, we've had the sexual harassment of women at workplace law. It's called the POSH law. Earlier it was called the Vishaka guidelines. There is an institutional accountability out there. The institutional accountability was that of the principal.
Yes.
The principal, the onus of giving me a sexual harassment free workspace is on the principal. Now, in this case, the accountability is that of the principal. What does he do and what does he say? Number one, we looked at the committee. You know what he is? He's a member of that committee. He is supposed to be actually executing what the Prevention of Sexual Harassment Committee, the ICC, tells him about a case or about the general situation. He ends up becoming a member in it, which is absolute rubbish. And secondly, the first thing, instead of empathizing with what happened, his first statement was, how did she end up in the seminar room? Now, it just clearly shows that there's a breakdown of institutional accountability. And of course, we also see about the police, who reaches a conclusion of suicide even before investigating. You reach the conclusion
and
of
this
suicide.
This is after there are the most vivid, descriptive details of how this doctor was brutalized. And I don't want to spell it out on the show because I think everybody's read it. We all know what happened to her and what condition she was found in. But my question here
so what I'm trying to say, what I'm trying to say, that while the criminal side of the case, and hopefully the CBI will do an excellent job today, because the state police are not inspiring confidence. The court has transferred the investigation to the CBI. At the same time, we have to talk of institutional accountability of women in the workplace, every workplace. And it's not just about doctors. In a hospital, it's about nurses, it's about general administration staff, it's about carers, it's about even women patients. Secondly, in other workplaces also, it's a time and moment to be talking about all workplaces.
Yes, but
and
I want to shift the focus beyond workspace, because whether it is the workplace or whether it is the streets or whether it is the home, the women are always vulnerable, always susceptible, and always brutalized. This is a story that plays out over and over again. The geography may be different, the context may be different, the attacker may be known or unknown, but at the end of the day, this is the reason we are having this campaign on NDTV is because every day we report on these stories. And yet, despite the fact that there is so much media attention that is given to the issue of women's safety, nothing seems to happen. Let me quickly also just bring in Tausif Rahman into the conversation here. Tausif Rahman, I don't want to get into the politics of it. I have a very simple question as a representative of a political party. Why is it that no political party has been able to find a solution to this issue? It's a deep systemic problem, it's a societal problem, it's an attitudinal problem, but at the same time, there appears to be a complete lack of political will. We're too tired of the firefighting. We need to have proactive action to prevent these things from happening.
Good evening, everyone. Absolutely, ma'am. I was listening to the esteemed panelist and your views as well. There is no setback with these issues. These are very important. Something happened inside the hospital. It can happen on the street. It can happen on anywhere, whether you're an engineer or working in a corporate company. The first priority should be the safety. And of course, the whole thing has to be responsible and it should come under the ruling government, whether it's West Bengal, whether it's Madhya Pradesh, Delhi, Uttar Pradesh, or whatsoever. Each government has to take certain measures to keep our sisters, mothers, and everyone under a good security.
But why has no government or party been able to do it?
Ma'am, definitely. This is what I want to explain. I mean, you have to take a cognizance. You have to pass some strict law inside the parliament instead of talking big talks and giving about $1 trillion company and country. We should have a law which we have to bring. I mean, I totally
we do
agree
have
with
a
you.
law.
We do
I mean,
have
there
laws.
is no space.
We do
We
have
do
laws.
have a law
Whether
which gives
it's the
institutional
Vishakha guidelines.
responsibility.
Definitely.
It's now the
But
prevention.
definitely.
We
But
do have a
it
law.
needs to come forward,
Implement
ma'am.
it.
But
Had
we
we
should not.
had
The
the
truth
principle
is we do
committee.
have laws. We have no implementation of the laws, and we have no fear of the law.
I mean,
That's
if you
where the
see, even we
system,
have a
and
death
that's where the
penalty.
system comes into
Can
place.
I just respond to you?
Absolutely,
So,
absolutely. I mean,
so
we do have death penalty as well, but it's not been
the
initiated.
posh
No
law
one
is
wants that.
monitored. Posh law is supposed to be monitored by the Department of Women and Child. They are supposed to obtain annual reports.
I want to just stop you both right here, and I want to just once again, play out for the benefit of our viewers that horrifying video from Rajasthan. Because while we can talk about workplace safety and, the things that happen at the workplace, a lot of times it's more than what meets the eye. A lot of it is not, in the public domain. But if you just look at that video of that woman being dragged on a bike on that rocky road by that man believed to be her husband, and people watching, how is it that we've become so desensitized that it's being filmed, it's being circulated, but yet nobody gets up to help her? Kavita Srivastava, what explains this?
Yeah. So I'm glad that we are looking. I'm glad that we are looking at violence against women in a structural way. We are looking at what makes these patriarchal institutions so completely, dominating even today, so tyrannical even today, that the woman is completely unsafe. Even it's supposed to be in the most intimate relationship. Actually, it's these intimate, right from the beginning, the kind of laws that have come.
In this case, there are theories of the fact that she could
Can I just finish? Can I just finish? Can I please finish? Can I just finish? I mean, in this particular case, that's what I'm saying. They've got into a relationship which is supposed to be that of an intimate relationship, but here she was bought. Please remember, let's start from where it starts. This woman was bought because there's an acute decline in sex ratio, as you also just mentioned. Between 2011 to 2022, when NFHS 5 happened, we've not had a census. What is the ratio? It has declined further. It was 897 in 2011. It has now become 875. So you can imagine that Nagaur shows a decline in sex ratios. Now, at the same time, you have to understand that it's across communities. Earlier, it was just the OBCs and the dominant Savarna caste. But here, this is an SC community man. He buys a woman from Punjab in 2 lakhs. So she comes to a home. She has a single mother. She doesn't have any backup at home. And so no neighbors help her. She is like literally there for his satisfaction, for his pleasure, perhaps to do all the household work, to do the labor, she's basically labor and to do sexual labor, reproduction labor, and of course a farm hand and agriculture production labor. Now in this case, what is so tragic is that what I'm trying to tell again and again.
Kavita Srivastava.
My last line.
Kavita Srivastava.
Just 1 minute.
Is arrested.
1 minute. Can I just finish?
And he is behind
I'm
the
just
bars.
saying that
I mean, if you
Rajasthan
see the
has
court
a
orders
massive
and
machinery
the whole
at the
proceeding,
panchayat level.
It takes years and
One
years.
second. If both of you are going to speak, nobody is going to be able to understand anything.
Finish?
Radhika Khera, I asked this question to the TMC spokesperson before you joined us on the show, and my question was very simple. Whether it's the story that's playing out on the streets of Rajasthan in terms of this horrific video from Nagaur that's a month old, or whether it's what's happened in Kolkata, or whether it's any other story that we continue to read about in the papers or report here on television, it's the same story that plays out. Why is it that no political party, no government, whether it is at the state or the center, has been able to proactively prevent crimes against women? We are reactive at best, and often even our reactions are not proper.
Okay.
Listen, I was just give me a minute. I'm just
Kavita
saying
Srivastava, you have to allow me. You have to allow me to give other panelists time, please.
Oh, there's another.
Please,
There's
yes.
somebody else.
Radhika, please go ahead.
Good evening. Now, today, as we are discussing the issue of women's safety in the light of the recent incidents, and this is something we've been regularly doing because these incidents continuously keep happening, we are once again today reminded of the dark reality that too many women in our country are facing with the video that you shared as well. Now, these incidents are not just crimes, they are a direct assault to our collective conscience. They force us to ask, will our women continue to live under a cloak of fear? The entire topic that you have here. Now, as a representative of the Bharatiya Janata Party, a party which is currently in power in the government, I want to make it absolutely clear that safety and dignity of the women of our country are not just priorities, but sacred responsibilities of our party and of our government. While we have taken numerous steps to enhance women's safety, whether it is the strict laws or fast track courts, we also have to acknowledge the fact that laws alone are not enough. What we need is a societal shift, a change in the mindset of the people and the mindset that perpetuates violence against women. That is what that needs a change. However, it is equally important to recognize that safety isn't a matter of political point scoring. I'm saying that as a woman. You can't have it about holding ourselves accountable. It's all about holding ourselves accountable and ensuring justice is served swiftly and decisively. We have to stop that pinpointing.
Radhika Khera, I am not even getting into political blame game.
Very late. Let me complete.
I want to just give you a disclaimer, and I gave this disclaimer before you joined the show, that the reason we have political representatives of two of the political parties is because these are the parties in power in the respective states from where these stories are coming in. Let me finish. This is not a BJP versus TMC story or a Congress versus BJP story. This story is simply to bring political stakeholders into the conversation in order to understand what can be done differently going forward so that we are not reporting on these stories.
That is exactly what I'm saying. If you would let me complete and if you would actually hear what I'm saying. I clearly said that we have to, and I'm saying this as a woman, and I have said it. I am not pointing fingers. I could have sat down here and pointed fingers about how people are doing what. I did not do that. I am clearly and very categorically telling you that we have to stop that. As political representatives, I'm talking as a woman, as a political representative of any party, any person has to stop the blame game. Tumhare state mein hua, tumhare nahi hua, and stop making it just a matter of debate. We have to get on ground and solve the issue. We have to work at solving that mindset. We have to work on that mindset, which is there that you see a bystander saying they're filming. Like the video that you showed, people are filming and doing nothing about it. Why are they just filming? Why did not people come out and help? You cannot put everything on the government. The government does its job as best as it can. And I'm sure nobody in their states wants something like that to happen.
But you can't put the onus on people.
But no, it's a collective responsibility. It's not on the people. You please don't just cut out words of what I'm saying. You have to hear my entire statement that I said.
You said you can't expect the government to do anything. You can't expect the government to do everything.
Responsibility. It is a collective responsibility. What do you want?
No, I agree with you.
I'm telling you it's a collective responsibility.
It's a collective.
No, you're not doing this. It cannot be your way or the highway, ma'am. I'm sorry. It is a very serious issue that we need to tackle as journalists, as political representatives, and as society as a whole. Everybody needs to.
I don't know why you're getting so upset, because all I'm asking you is there is a phenomena. One second, Radhika Khera, there is a phenomena that explains why people don't step up and help in these situations, and it's called bystander syndrome. There is a very serious bystander apathy. There is a very serious bystander apathy, and this is not an India story alone. People are scared, people are intimidated, people don't want to come up and help. And this is a serious problem that people are facing, whether it is street crime here in India that we're looking at or anywhere else. It further compounds and makes women's safety an even more complicated issue because these people don't come up and help. I completely agree with you, but at the same time, if there is harsher implementation of the law, better implementation of the law and fear of the law, perhaps we will not see these cases happening in the manner that they are. That's my limited point here. Flavia Agnes also joins us. Flavia Agnes, we've been discussing what can be done differently going forward so that we don't see these horrific cases, because whether it is the case of the hospital or whether it is the case of this woman who was dragged by her own husband on the motorcycle, I mean, wherever we look, there are only horrific cases of crime against women being committed. What do you think can be done differently going forward so that we actually have a shot at a solution? Flavia Agnes.
So happy you all are highlighting this issue because this issue has been going on for so long. Consistently we are addressing domestic violence, rape, abuse, murder, and it's not coming down. It is a social environment in which we are living where women are undermined all the time. Whether it is on the street, whether it is at home, is it in the workplaces, wherever they are not safe. And this is the sum and substance of this entire debate, that we need to have a different perspective. We need to have a better implementation of the law.
Right. We seem to be having a terrible audio line with you. My apologies. We will try and reconnect with you. But Dr. Sakshi is also with us. Dr. Sakshi is one of those resident doctors who's out on the streets and protesting. Dr. Sakshi, thanks very much. Okay, we seem to have lost that line with Dr. Sakshi as well. My apologies to the viewers.
I just want 30 seconds.
Yes,
I just want 30 seconds, ma'am.
Can I also
we are talking
respond?
about,
Yes,
we are
give
talking
me a
about
second,
crime,
please.
we are talking about safety, we are talking about law and order. But if you don't take me as a spokesperson from a representative government, just take me as a common man. Whenever something happens, we do not set up an example for anyone's safety. The crime happened, the suspect gets arrested, then the court procedure goes on, and he or she is having a gala time inside the jail. There is no stern, strict action with it. I mean, why don't we have a death penalty? Why don't we have a capital punishment? Why do we have to every time sit and debate on a national television ki aise hota to ho sakta tha? No, whether it's West Bengal or Kolkata, it's a horrific incident. We have no excuse. We cannot back out with this whole thing. And this is the day, ma'am. We do not have to do whataboutery. We do not have to do Calcutta, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh or Hathras. This is something if we are sitting, we are talking like a knife, ki aise ho jata. This is why I'm telling you, the parliament needs to pass once again a very strict law, a stern action, and a fast track within 4 days.
How many laws are you going to pass if you're not going to be able to implement them? I don't think passing laws is the solution. Radhika Khera wants to come in. Radhika Khera wants to come in. Radhika, go ahead.
You told me I could. Can I please come in?
Kavita Srivastava, you have to let other people speak. Please let me get in Radhika Khera.
No, but you've not given me a chance after the first instance.
I have.
Not given me a
Radhika
chance.
Khera, please go ahead.
Yeah, if we have to ensure that no woman in India has to, if we have to ensure that no woman in India has to fear for her life and her dignity, like I said, it is a collective responsibility. Everyone has to come together. If our panelist here from the TMC is talking about bringing laws, absolutely I agree. There should be stringent laws. But then there has to be a collective responsibility of every single party to ensure that that law is passed. You cannot have one party or 10 parties saying, bhai, there should be a death penalty for rape. And then you have one single party or 3 parties coming out and saying, no, there should be no death penalty. Ladke hai, galti ho jayegi, there should be no death penalty. You cannot have that. You have to all be on the same line, which is why I'm saying it's a collective responsibility of the people in government as well as the society as a whole.
I have to say, I really appreciate the fact that both the TMC and the BJP spokesperson have agreed that it is time for all of us to take collective responsibility. I have to appreciate both of you as representatives of political parties who've come and sparred on so many of our shows. I have to appreciate the fact that you've acknowledged that the responsibility lies with us all. Kavita Srivastava, I have 30 seconds.
Yeah. Firstly, I feel the whole discussion is misplaced. The discussion is about accountability, about the implementation of the law. There are enough laws available. And I want to tell you about Rajasthan. Whether it is Congress or BJP, doesn't matter. We have enough people at the village level. When this woman was beaten up every day, and suppose the neighbors did nothing, we have a whole mini Sachivala in a panchayat. We have so many women representatives in panchayats. We have a beat constable, we have the Anganwadi worker, we have the Satin, we have the Asha worker, we have the helper. I mean, it is putting an accountability on them.
I'm afraid, like I said, there are no quick solutions, but we need to keep having these conversations. I'm afraid I'm completely out of time. I appreciate you all of us joining us on The Last Word tonight. Good night and thanks for watching.
All right, well, Rishika, we've got a lot coming up at 9 o'clock, very much in continuation of what you're looking at. But we will also be focusing on the condition of doctors across the country. Doctors who say that they are victims of violence all the time. And accounts from doctors on how they are unsafe in hospitals, all that and a lot more coming up on Left, Right and Centre after this quick break.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
This Independence Day, watch Jai Jawan with me, John Abraham, only on NDTV. Jai Jawan!
ये जोश पे चलते हैं हमारे जवान यहाँ पर, अदरवाइज ऐसी जगहों पे जीवन ही बहुत मुश्किल है।
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, Listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move
to left, right and centre. I'm Vishnu Shom. On the programme this evening, the probe into the chilling rape and murder of a 31-year-old doctor at Kolkata's RG Kaur Medical College and Hospital must be transferred to the Central Bureau of Investigation is what the Calcutta High Court ruled today. The court noted serious lapses in the hospital administration's response after the doctor was found dead in its seminar hall on Friday morning, her clothes in disarray, injuries all over her body. On the show tonight, this was a horrific murder. There are reminders of the Nirbhaya case. Was this a gang rape? We will also look at doctors who continue to protest across the country as persistent reports of attacks come up against them. We are going to be looking at this very, very closely. Attacks which seem to happen over and over again. But next up on the show, top legal mind Harish Salve speaks to my colleague Nikunj Garg in an important interview where point by point he takes down the latest Hindenburg report. That's at about 1/2 the hour. But first, here's a quick look at the headlines at this hour. A horrific video from Rajasthan shows a woman bound up being dragged behind a motorcycle as she screams for help. No one came. The husband who was punishing her is finally arrested as the police now investigate if it was a case of bride trafficking. Finally, the Court of Arbitration for Sports verdict is expected tonight in the case of the wrestler Vinesh Phogat after her disqualification at the Paris 24 Games. That will be at about 9:30 p.m. Will she get a shared silver, which is what she wants? Earlier, the hockey team and the wrestler Raman Sehrawat returned to a big welcome. In Bangladesh, the interim leader Muhammad Yunus visits a temple amidst concerns on attacks on minorities, calls for unity and says, "We are all brothers." But first, this report, the voices of doctors across the country who say that the rape and murder of the doctor in Kolkata is part of a larger malaise which exists in India. Medicos in India are frequent targets of anger and hate, and hospitals which they say are not safe working spaces at all.
It's not only in RML, in all the hospitals across Delhi, and in fact all the hospitals across India. The security forces that have to be there in the premises are not there. The adequate amount, the optimum amount, they are not there.
And today we stand in solidarity with all the doctors and all the residents across the country who are standing together in protest and voicing for the basic rights, the rights of a Central Protection Act, the right to hang the criminals, the right for workplace safety.
I deal with all sorts of patients. I feel threatened every moment. I feel threatened every night duty. I'm literally scared to go to work from the moment I heard the incident. I'm scared to do my night duties. So I can never feel safe again.
Each and every workplace we should feel safe at least first, and then we'll look about can we give good care to the patients.
The strict punishment should be given to the criminal, the one who was responsible for the rape and murder of our colleague. Plus Central Protection Act, which is still due, that we want that act, and we want the government, central government, state government, to ensure the safety of our residents who are working here continuously, especially the female residents, so that they can work. We are working tirelessly, so we can give our 100%. If we are not safe, how can we give our 100%?
कि वर्किंग एनवायरनमेंट पीसफुली हो, जहां हम सेफ फील करें काम करने के लिए, हमें ड्यूटी आने के समय में हमें डर ना लगे करने के लिए।
हाँ, उस समय बीइंग अ फीमेल थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा डर लगता है। नाइट ड्यूटीज़ में स्पेशली थोड़ा और ज़्यादा डर होता है। मॉर्निंग में काफ़ी सारे लोग होते हैं हमारे साथ।
और मैं जनता से बस ये पूछना चाहती हूँ कि क्या आप उस अस्पताल में इलाज कराना चाहते हैं जहां आपके ड्यूटी डॉक्टर के साथ रेप और मर्डर होता है, तो क्या आप वहाँ पे सेफ है? क्या आप सेफली वहाँ पे अपने मरीजों का इलाज कराने ले जा पाएंगे?
अभी देखिए, गार्ड्स और बाउंसर्स एम्प्लॉयड तो खैर है, लेकिन कभी कभी जब हम लोगों को रात में जाना पड़ता है कॉल्स देखने इमरजेंसी से, वो रास्ते पूरे खाली होते हैं। उस समय अगर कुछ हो गया तो कौन आंसरेबल रहेगा?
कि सीबीआई जांच हो मामले की, क्योंकि स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ने संडे तक का समय मांगा है, तो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट जो तथ्य हैं, जो सबूत है, उनको मिटाने में लगी हुई है, तो हम उतना वेट नहीं कर सकते संडे तक, क्योंकि सारे सबूत ही मिट जाएंगे तो फिर सीबीआई जाके क्या करेगी। तो सीबीआई जांच तुरंत करवाई जाए। और दूसरी ये मांग कि सेंट्रल प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट लागू किया जाए, वो भी अभी तक हमें कोई ठोस इस तरह का सरकार की तरफ से कोई आश्वासन, कोई लिखित आश्वासन नहीं मिला है। तीसरा ये कि आरजीकर की जो अथॉरिटीज़ है, हायर अथॉरिटीज़, उनको हटाया जाए। तो हुआ ऐसा है कि प्रिंसिपल ने रिज़ाइन किया और वो सिर्फ एक ब्लफ था, क्योंकि प्रिंसिपल जिन्होंने रिज़ाइन किया उनको कैलकटा नेशनल मेडिकल कॉलेज में एज ए प्रिंसिपल पोस्ट कर दिया गया है।
All right, well, the voices of doctors expressing their concern on what has happened in Kolkata. We're going to be looking at this case very, very closely. I'm joined by Dr. Pyali Sen Chatterjee. She is one of the doctors who's been protesting in Kolkata at the outrage which has taken place. Dr. Advitya Biswas, a protester at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences. K. Sujata Rao, former Union Secretary in the Ministry of Health. Dr. Shatarupa, spokesperson of the BJP. And also Dr. Shantanu Sen, spokesperson of the Trinamool Congress, will be joining us. Dr. Pyali Sen Chatterjee, let's just talk about this case first. On the basis of the evidence which appears to have come now, on the nature of the attacks themselves, do you believe that there was more than one perpetrator involved?
Yeah, good evening to all. Yeah, thank you NDTV for inviting me as one of the other protesters. Actually, the evidences which are coming up, it's not going in favor that the crime has been done by any one person, because the brutality, the amount of brutality that has been used is absolute beyond the scope of any one person. And as the time is going and we are gathering more informations on the type of the crime that has been done with her in her last moment of her life, we are shaken to the spine. We are disheartened, we are numb, and we are at the same time we are angered by the type of brutality. I don't know whether this kind of crime has ever occurred in any other medical colleges of anywhere in the world. I never came across of such incident, such horrific incident. And
in fact, I wanted to ask Dr. Advitya Biswas, firstly, and I ask you this as doctors, you're trained to examine medical conditions, you're trained to conduct postmortems as well, understand attacks. In this particular case, there were wounds in the victim's eyes, mouth, genitals, left leg, neck, right hand, ring finger, lips. I'm not even getting into details on this. Do you believe that this is the attack itself, it's almost like a Nirbhaya type attack in terms of the brutality?
Hello everyone, I'm Dr. Advitya Biswas. I'm doing my residency in AIIMS Delhi, and I did my MBBS from RGKar Medical College, Kolkata. So firstly, I want to answer that it does not seem like an attack which can be done by one person. It's obviously more than one. Only one person to bring so much of injuries to a 31-year-old adult female, it's not possible, obviously. And also there are certain parts of the the post-mortem report, which is still under police investigation, and obviously now will be handed over to CBI. I'm sure they will do justice to that post-mortem report, and all the perpetrators who has done this horrific crime will be arrested. And secondly, I want to speak as a girl, and not only just as a female doctor, that it is a concern of all the girls in the country. If today institutes are not safe, tomorrow these filth of the society will enter into homes and do such crimes. So we implore every girl and every woman of the society to join us and help us to get a safety and secure environment for all females.
No, Dr. Biswas, I'm going to talk about this in the later part of my program. Be with us, because I want to hear what you have to say. But Dr. Shantanu Sen, spokesperson and former MP of the Trinamool Congress, there are a large number of inconsistencies in this case, Dr. Sen. For example, the parents allege that they were not allowed to see the body of their daughter, that this was initially reported as a case of suicide, when it patently is not a case of suicide at all. Why does this not indicate a cover-up to start with?
See, let me tell you,
Yes, go ahead, Dr. Sen. All right.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, please go ahead.
First of all, no sentence is to condemn this heinous crime. Everyone in the citizen is condemning. Same with me. Same with my state as well. But I must
Dr.
let
Sen,
you
I'll come
know
back
that
to you in a moment. The audio seems to be bad. We'll try and fix that. Dr. Shotarupa, spokesperson of the BJP, do you believe that there is a cover-up in this case on the basis of the fact this was registered as a suicide when we know what the nature of the attacks are, that the parents were not allowed to, they let us see her at 2 p.m., many hours after they reached the hospital. The mother says, I fell at their feet begging, let them see my daughter, but they did not. Do you believe that this is part of a cover-up at the level of the hospital?
It's not a part, the whole thing is a cover-up. Vishnu, let me start off from where the other two lady doctors left off. The first autopsy report that was given, and I'm telling you, whatever I'm going to say, I know Dr. Sen is going to counter this, but none of this is a figment of my imagination. It's all based on evidence which is now coming out, whatever little is coming out. The autopsy report, apart from the injuries that have been already listed and you know, there are two different specimens of semen which has been found. So there's obviously a second person. Another point is they have found fluid in the dead body, which means this is indicative of rape after death. I don't even want to get into these details. Now let me come into the other part. What you said very rightly, the chief minister is the whole health minister as well as the police minister among some 6 other portfolios that she holds. Contrary to her usual stance of insensitive comments on different kinds of rape, this time she jumped and went to the parents, knowing fully well if the parents can be placated, then the rest of the cover-up would be completely fine. So she did that, but then after all, parents are parents. Parents have come out and said exactly what you said, that they were not allowed to see the dead body. Some very casual person called up in the morning of the death and said something has happened to your daughter. Where the person who was in charge of Arjikot, Dr. Shondip Ghosh, he said that why was she there in the middle of the night? It happened at 2 o'clock in the night. He was on duty. And he said, why was she loitering around? There was absolutely no need. Now, this Shondip Ghosh has been now removed from Arjikot
and put into another medical college.
Exactly. Planted in the evening in the
so that's just outrageous. In fact, ma'am, hold on. I want to get...
Just one second. Now, this is something that the High Court has said. I mean, how powerful is a person that you need to cover up for this kind of person? And before you go to Dr. Shantanu Sen, I just want to add one line. We have heard, I mean, this is now public knowledge, that there was a lobby, 2 lobbies, again a part of a syndicate in West Bengal, between Dr. Shudipta Rai's people and Dr. Shantanu Sen's people. Dr. Shantanu Sen has been claiming, I'm sure he will again, that he's got nothing to do with this. In this case, if he doesn't have anything to do with this, I would say he's escaped by the skin of his teeth, because everybody is going to get to the bottom of this.
All right, we're waiting for Dr. Shantanu Sen to come back. If we can't get him on video, let's get him on audio, please. Let's get him on the phone line. But hold on, ma'am, hold on.
They are ruining evidence.
I just want to go across to K. Sujata Rao. Ma'am, what the court said today is that the way the principal was handled in this particular case was, quote, disheartening, that it was not proactive. The principal was given the same role in another college hours after being removed from this. How would you respond to those, with the basic question, how is this not a joke, a horrible joke?
I agree with you. I think it is a horrible joke, and I'm shocked and surprised that the administration could have been so benign about him. He ought to have been placed under suspension, the least that they could do, and then have an inquiry about him. I mean, for much lesser faults or errors or mistakes or misdemeanors, we have suspended doctors. This is such a heinous thing to have told the family that it's a suicide, and then to make all these comments. He's obviously unfit to be a head of a responsible and a big institution like a teaching hospital like RJK Hospital. I think the court did well to to make those comments that they did.
Dr. Aditya Biswas, I want to move to the other part of this program where we're actually looking at attacks on doctors and medicos. Can you narrate to us, as a young doctor yourself, any incidents of violence which was directed at you by irate patients or irate relatives or anything of that sort?
Firstly, yes, there were multiple events. Actually, in 2019, when there was the NRS Paribhag case that happened in NRS Medical College, I was there in RG protesting against everything that was happening in Kolkata, especially West Bengal, all the crimes. So that time CPA was told by the government that it will be acted upon very soon, but we were just given a timeline that it will be very soon and not a fixed timeline. And since 2019, today it's 2024, there have been multiple attacks on doctors as well as medical equipment, other medical personnel who have been attacked. And today it is in that position that a young doctor had to be raped and killed for the nation to rise again for this. We are too desensitized at the fact that the doctors get beatings and we face a lot of violence on daily level. Personally, in my internship years, as well as my house staff years in RG Medical College, I have faced multiple situations where there was guards, and thankfully, my co-PGs and my co-interns who stood by me and helped together in unity. We had protected each other from the vandalism, but then it has not stopped. In small scale, it has been always happening, and all throughout the country, every other day we get a news. Today, one more doctor has been beaten up, and currently it's just one day news. Like one day it will come on the news and we forget
we're going to
it.
focus on this. I mean, and we have in the past. It's just something that doesn't go away. Dr. Shantanu Sen is back with us. Dr. Shantanu Sen, the basic question in the case of this young doctor in Kolkata, how would you respond to those who say that this is an out-and-out cover-up? This was a case registered as a suicide when it patently is not that. For days, people have said that there are 2 semen samples. Therefore, this appears to be a gang rape. The court said today the way this was being handled, the principal was moved from this particular college to another college. It shows a great deal of insensitivity. How would you respond?
See, I am also an ex-student of this very medical college, Archikor Medical College. My wife is also an ex-student of the same medical college, and presently my daughter is studying in the final year of the same medical college. So I am really much more concerned than anyone. I strongly condemn the incident once again, and I believe that the documents won't be tampered. Investigation will take its own course, and the actual culprits will be found out and arrested. So far the reinstatement of the principal is concerned, I must tell you it's an administrative decision. As I am not a part of administration, I am unable to answer your question.
Do you not condemn the administration?
I'm sorry?
Do you not condemn the administration?
See, once again I say it's an administrative decision, as I am not a part of administration.
Do you not condemn the administration, or does being spokesperson mean you can't do that?
Administration could have thought in a different way. That's their discussion. I cannot make comment on.
No, but Dr. Sen, I'm sorry, I don't understand this very basic point. Either you agree or you disagree. In this particular case, if the principal of this college is removed and moved to another college within hours, does that not show gross neglect and a lack of sensitivity and understanding? That's what the court seemed to allude to as well. Do you not agree with that?
Had I been a part of administration, I might not have done this.
So you aren't a part of the administration, I accept that. But as a doctor yourself, with your child in that same place, with your wife also in that same, do you not condemn this decision?
Once again, I repeat, had I been in the part of administration, I might not have done this.
Shautrupa, go ahead. Yes, Dr. Shautrupa.
Dr. Shantanu Sen is obviously trying to dodge the answer. Let me tell you, I was on your channel at 5 o'clock yesterday, and the other spokesperson, Riju, was there. Riju went on some tall talk that, Shondeep Ghosh has been sent to National Medical to serve humanity. And that is the way they are sitting and covering up. I just want to shift the focus slightly. The court has also said this. If you look at the crime, Vishnu, it happened between 2:30 because she was seen at 2:30. She had dinner with her colleagues till early morning. We don't know exactly what happened. And the area of the crime was also a very limited place. Seminar room, maybe that floor. There are no CCTV cameras for the last 3 years there. There is absolutely no security guard there. The lady doctors there, Dr. Shantanu Sen is saying his daughter is also studying there. So she also must be knowing this.
Dr.
The lady doctors
Shatrupa,
have
I believe
complained
there was a
was this
CCTV, it is on the basis of
No.
that footage that the entry of this woman was noticed, the entry of the perpetrator was noticed, and the time that he exited was noticed. There was also a lot of corroborative evidence on the basis of a Bluetooth device which was found next to the deceased, which paired with his phone, which was later found, and he was arrested. As I understand it, it was on the basis of a CCTV camera.
No CCTV camera. The Bluetooth thing is correct that they have found something. Now, whether the Kolkata police have planted it there or not, that we don't know. Because if you look at what I'm going to just tell you, I mean, this is absolute common sense. It's not BJP's angle or anything. So if the duration is limited and the area is limited, why has the police not why haven't they cordoned it off? This is something that we see as common sense, that this is a scene of crime, do not cross the red line. Today we see on television that they're breaking it apart so that CBI gets no evidence whatsoever.
Anyway,
I
let
mean,
us
what
hope
sort
that
of
the
stuff
CBI are able to do anything. But just, because I'm short on time on this, and I really do feel it's important to focus on attacks on doctors. So, Dr. Shatrupa, if you'll excuse me, I want to go back to Dr. Pyali Sen Chatterjee. Dr. Chatterjee, the entire issue of attacks on doctors for anything and everything in emergency rooms, when doctors, the youngest of doctors, end up dealing with drunk cases, violent cases, people who don't have money and attack, who don't want treatment, who abuse doctors. How is this a regular phenomena? Is this something that you have personally encountered?
No, in my entire life, I passed around 25 years ago from the Archicor Medical College, and in my entire medical life, I must say I'm very fortunate that I have never come across any such hostility that made me very
Are you aware
fortunate.
of others who have?
Yeah, I'm aware of that
Could
because
you
I'm
tell
a
us
part
what
of.
they go through, particularly young doctors? Young
Definitely,
doctors like
they must.
Dr. Advitya Biswas on this program?
Yeah, they are going through the hell, I must say that, because securities are the first and foremost thing that has to be ensured in all the hospitals. Otherwise, if we are not safe, how can we safely deliver our service? And all the persons, we don't discriminate about who is coming, who is drunkard, who is getting a bullet injury, how he is getting this bullet injury is a criminal. We don't look at it. We just serve the service. We give service to all of them. So it the security must be ensured at any cost to the doctors in their service.
Dr. Advitya Biswas, do you believe that your job as a doctor, which is basically to save lives, is compromised by the aggression that you see among patients and their relatives?
Yes, obviously, whenever there is a act of atrocity against us, next time when we see a drunk patient, next time when we see a patient with aggressive families, we do get a little bit cautious and we do not act the same way that we would have in case of a normal patient. So obviously, this affects us as doctors, and we are really thankful that ma'am has not faced any such violence in her practice life. But yes, in my just short 10 years of my medical life, I did see from my UG life a lot of violence directed towards myself and my colleagues.
No, but Advitya, let me ask you, when you say that violence directed at you, was it verbal aggression? Was it physical attacks? Did people try and hit you or your colleagues?
Yes, there was an act of physical attack in Archicor Medical College. So what happened was I was saved by the nursing staff. They called me to their room and the room was locked. Otherwise, the others, my co-interns at that time, they together formed a group and they, and along with the guards, obviously, they had successfully stopped the violence. But yes, there was a physical aggression towards us. And this is not a everyday event. There is like patients shouting at us about to get verbal attacks are like daily basis. Physical attacks are like, okay, once a month, twice a month. In the ground root level, is that what we face? every day.
It's
So
absolutely
it
horrific.
affects us as doctors, and security enough is not. We
No,
have
there's
been
a
given,
certain
like, we have been
mindset
told
over
that
here.
we will be
People need
given
to
security.
understand that if you go and abuse somebody or you go and hit somebody, then there is action that needs to be taken against you. I'm leaving it at that. I'd like to come back to this topic again and track it much more closely in the days ahead. Let's see if we have time to do that. We're going to take a short break. Up after that, the top legal mind, Harish Salve, speaks to my colleague Nikunj Garg as he goes through the latest set of allegations on Hindenburg. What it actually says, point by point, is there anything but fluff and fakery in what has been reported so far, or is there something there? That's coming up after the break.
This Independence Day, watch Jai Jawan with me, John Abraham, only on NDTV. Jai Jawan!
ये जोश पे चलते हैं हमारे जवान यहाँ पर, अदरवाइज ऐसी जगहों पे जीवन ही बहुत मुश्किल है।
Wow.